Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm Trustee Deborah Williams, Chair of the Program and School Services Committee, joined by my Vice Chair, Trustee Debbie King. Welcome to all the committee members and other fellow trustees who have joined us this evening, members of the public, and everyone else that has joined us this evening. We will call the meeting to order and begin with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Please be seated. So our first item, approval of agenda. If I could have a mover and a seconder for approval of the agenda. Okay, moved and seconded. Trustee King. All in favor? Just a show of hands. Any opposed?
Aye.
It's carried. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. So we have a few delegations this evening. Before we start, I just want to establish the meeting norms and the expectations with regard to how we're going to run this meeting. The delegates will be invited to speak for 5 minutes, and then trustees will have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification. And the expectation is that the meeting will be run in a respectful and courteous manner in line with the board's code of conduct. Do we have the delegates available? We have the first delegate, Aaron Karcharchuk. And if I've mispronounced your name, please correct me.
Hello?
Online?
Hi,
Welcome.
can you hear me?
Please speak up and say your name, and then you have 5 minutes to deliver your delegation. And please hold on, as trustees may have questions for you of clarification.
Okay, yeah, my name is Aaron Kuharchuk. Let me know when I can begin.
Please begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aaron Kuharchuk, and I am a TDSB parent of 3 children. Today, I would like to talk about a TDSB staff recommendation made in a recent report submitted to this committee. Specifically, in a fall update on hate incident data presented to this committee on February 21st, TDSB staff recommended the establishment of provincial reporting standards for hate incident data. I would like to speak about 2 things. First, I agree that the province needs to set data reporting standards because TDSB's current data reporting practices are deficient. And second, that trustees should pass the motion to require the TDSB to implement any standards provided, including existing data standards. First, the TDSB's hate incident reporting practices are deficient. Since I only have 5 minutes, I want to focus on only 4 issues, and I will try to keep each as brief as possible. First, the TDSB does not provide year-over-year data, which is relevant for understanding trends in our schools. From 2018 to 2022, which is the last full year reported by the TDSB, there has been a 35 times increase in the number of hate incidents in TDSB schools. Over that same time period, incidents of anti-Semitism have increased 17 times. Second, the TDSB does not report per capita values, which show that Jewish students are hugely disproportionately impacted by hate incidents. According to the most recent TDSB data, Jewish students make up 3.5% of all students, but are subject to 15% of all incidents of hate. Third, the TDSB does not provide any comparisons to understand the gravity of the situation in our schools. For example, there were 69 incidents of anti-Semitism at TDSB schools this past fall. 69 incidents in a 4-month period. For reference, in the entire year of 2022, there were 65 reported incidents of anti-Semitism reported to Toronto Police for the entire city of Toronto. Fourth, the TDSB is not forthcoming with relevant information. The mid-year report that contains this recommendation is the perfect example. The report was requested this past October as a result of concerns of a rise in incidents of hate, including incidents of anti-Semitism. Yet the report is not forthcoming about the rises in incidents of hate. The extent to which the report covers an increase in anti-Semitism, it says, quote, "The proportion of anti-Semitic incidents has increased by approximately 5 percentage points," end quote. That is all that it says about the rise of anti-Semitism in our schools. However, if you consider the number of incidents rather than the proportion of incidents, you would see that the incidence of anti-Semitism almost tripled compared to the same time period the year prior. I will say that again. The TDSB report chose to cover anti-Semitism by saying the proportion increased by 5 percentage points, instead of mentioning that the total number of incidents of anti-Semitism tripled. Which is all to say, I think the TDSB data standards for reporting hate incidents is woefully deficient to the point of being misleading. And consequently, I agree with the TDSB staff recommendation that the province should establish data standards to ensure that our trustees and the public are adequately informed. The second thing I would like to discuss is the need for a motion that requires the TDSB to comply with any guidance provided by the province, including currently issued data standards like Ontario's anti-racism data standard. This motion is necessary because the TDSB does not currently comply with that existing data standard. Specifically, the TDSB does not comply with Section 5 of Ontario's anti-racism data standard, which speaks to the release of data and results of analysis to the public. For that reason, I strongly urge our trustees to pass a motion requiring the TDSB to A, formally seek such data standard guidance from the province as recommended by TDSB staff, B, require compliance with any guidance provided by the province, as well as requiring compliance with existing data standards, such as Ontario's anti-racism data standard, and C, publish all underlying hate incident and anti-racism data for the past 3 years so that the public can understand what is happening in our schools. Thank you, and anyone please feel free to ask me any clarification question about any of the statistics that I have provided. The TDSB reports are not super forthcoming with this data, and most requires calculations that I am happy to walk anyone through. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation, Mr.
Kuharchuk.
Kararchuk, excuse me. So we
No
do
problem.
have some questions of clarification. The first trustee I have is Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks so much for your delegation. I just have one question. When you're asking that the TDSB publish all hate incidents, what can you elaborate on that? Do you mean individual incidents?
No, I mean there obviously needs to be a de-anonymization of relevant information, but I think beyond what is required to de-anonymize the information, it should be published. So yeah, so for instance, some of the things that I mentioned, providing a per capita basis, it shouldn't be required for somebody like me to pull up 4 different TDSB reports to understand this information. It should be clearly presented to the public. The total number of incidents of anti-Semitism, for instance, is something that I had to calculate from the mid-year report because it wasn't stated in the report. So even just the number of incidents of anti-Semitism, for instance, is not something that was included in that mid-year report. So I think that there's a lot of data and information that could be provided that is not currently being provided.
Okay, and the way that it's presented matters is what I'm hearing as well.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, like I spoke about, to report that the proportion of incidents of anti-Semitism went up 5 percentage points is factually correct. I'm not saying that that's not true, but it ends up somebody reading that walks away with a very different impression than somebody who reads the same data presented in a way that actually looks at the total number of incidents year over year and shows that it tripled this past fall.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next trustee on the speaker's list, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron, thank you for your delegation. I just have a clarification this question regarding some numbers. So you mentioned that the actual number actually tripled. We compare 2022, while when I report only report a 5% increase. So when you say 5% increase, is that 5% increase of total hate incidents or 5% increase in particular related to anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so good question. So when the mid-year report that reported that the proportion of anti-Semitism incidents went up 5 percentage points. What it means by that is, based on previous year's data, 10% of all hate incidents were related to anti-Semitism, and the mid-year report looking at last fall, it was 15% of all incidents. So it said that the total proportion of anti-Semitism incidents went up 5 percentage points. You could also say that the proportion of anti-Semitism incidents went up 50%, or you could also look at it from the total number of incidents of anti-Semitism to see that it tripled. So it's all different ways of presenting that data, but the question that you're asking about is what that 5 percentage points means. And what the mid-year report was referring to was that it went from 10% of all incidents of hate to 15% of all incidents of hate. But as I spoke about in my remarks, I think that that's burying the lead.
Okay, can you clarify what's the population, percentage of a Jewish student in TDSB? I think you mentioned, is that 3.5%?
The most recent data would have been in the most recent census that came out, and that was 3.5%. So if you look at the total proportion of incidents of hate related to anti-Semitism, it is 15% of all incidents relate to a community that makes up 3.5% of the student population. The previous census was 2%. Jewish students were 2%. So.
Okay, so basically, if you do a simple math, 3.5%, that comes 15%. So for this 0.5%, they almost they have 5 times higher than the next. What's the next group, by the way? Do you know? What's the next group? Highest
the
number.
highest proportion or the highest per capita rate.
Yeah.
It's anti-Black racism and anti-Semitism are by far the largest on a per capita basis. I believe that they're both roughly 5-fold increase over their population.
Okay, so in your mind, what's your recommendation for the board? So to rectify, this report in the future.
Well, I think that given that this information is hard to come by, you have to look at several different reports and pull out a calculator just to come up with these statistics that I've been able to present you today. I would recommend the trustees pass a motion requiring the publication of all data for the last 3 years so that the public can just do the analysis itself. I don't think that I can really rely on the
I'm going to have to
TDSB
interject.
report.
The time has expired. My apologies. We gave you a little bit extra time to respond. So are there any other trustees who have a question of clarification?
Chair and Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you to the delegates. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
We don't have any other trustees with questions of clarification. So just extending our thanks again, Aaron, for coming and delegating to this PSSC committee, and have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Delegate number 2, Helen Shimilova. Not here. We have the next delegate, Andrew Waters, Liaison, PIAC, Parent Involvement Advisory Committee.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Hello?
So thank you, Andrew. Please just identify yourself and then begin your delegation. You have 5 minutes. After your 5 minutes, we'll allow trustees opportunity to ask questions of clarification. Please begin.
Can I ask if the written delegation I provided has been provided to trustees?
Do we have a written delegation? Our support, our governance support staff is sharing it with trustees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can begin.
Okay. My name is Andrew Waters. I'm a parent of 2 children in the TDSB. I have been a former co-chair, current treasurer of a school council, and former PIAC co-chair and current PIAC liaison, but I'm not speaking on behalf of PIAC. So there is an item that is on your agenda, a motion that was passed at the most recent, the most recent PIAC meeting. It's concerning a 5-day fixed schedule for elementary schools, a Monday to Friday schedule, opposed to the current floating 5-day schedule. Hopefully you can look at the material, that the written delegation, that is actually the report that supported the motions that were approved at PIAC. And so effectively, we've been operating in this 5-day floating schedule where no parent, child, or teacher actually knows what schedule they have unless they consult both a calendar and then a calendar that has what day the days switch due to stat holidays, PA days, those kind of pieces. There is a better solution, and this is a solution that the Halton board currently uses. It goes by several different names, but the best is probably what's called a switching schedule. So there, it would be a Monday to Friday schedule, and then to balance, I'm on the phone, okay? To balance out the days, there needs to be either, I think, 37 or 38 days of each of day 1 through day 5. You have 7 switching days. So what would happen is, preceding possibly a PA day that occurred just before Thanksgiving, you would, on the Thursday, you would, instead of having a Thursday schedule, you would have a Friday schedule. And if you do this 7 times in the year, and it's outlined in the written material, that balances out all of the days so that no, if there happens to be more mathematics on a day 5 for a certain class, that it would make sure that piece balances out. The advantages of the schedule is, we operate it on a week schedule. So most parents, or not most, but a large number of parents, operate on Monday to Friday. They take their kids to swimming lessons, they take their kids to the library, they take their kids, and no activities are based on the days of the week. We cannot currently do that to understand, when we need to have our child has their library book for school to make sure they take it back, or when their gym classes is to make sure they have their gym equipment. That is not possible under the current schedule. So this would be a simple fix to the scheduling system to allow parents to memorize a Monday to Friday schedule, incorporate that into their already memorization of their busy lives. Further, make it easier on teachers and staff and students to actually understand what their schedules are. And then further, I myself volunteer at my school, and it is difficult to be able to volunteer as a parent in the classroom when the teachers are looking to have for a specific period weekly, but then that changes week to week depending on if there's a stat holiday or a PA day. So again, this is inhibiting parent engagement and parent volunteer, and it is completely unnecessary. Lastly, I just want to speak to the process of it. The process. So you have a report in front of you which just provided just the summary. This report was provided based on the discussion that occurred at the PIAC meeting. It was provided by board staff. It did not contain the substantial 5-page reference document, which also includes a link to additional analysis around prep schedules and those kind of pieces that the Teacher Federation would be interested in demonstrating that that has almost no impact from that perspective. And I'm, interested why that was excluded, as well as the report has numerous errors. One being that I attended that meeting, spoke at that meeting, and I'm not listed as attending that meeting. I don't know why that is. Perhaps you would want to ask board staff why that didn't occur, as well as the additional information in the report speaks to staff providing director feedback on this recommendation at the March 26th meeting. That meeting did not occur, and this report came out after that meeting was known to be canceled.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Speak to staff about that.
Your time has
Thank you.
expired. I did give you a little bit of extra time. Thank you so much for your delegation.
That's all I want to speak to.
So at this point, we're going to allow trustees to ask questions of clarification. So if you'll just hold on, do we have anyone on the speakers list for a question? In the room, online? Okay, seeing no questions of clarification, I just want to thank you, Andrew, for coming and delegating and providing your input and feedback.
Thank you for your time. Take care. Bye.
Have a good night. Do we have delegate number 2 in the room or online? Not present? Okay, thank you. So that is the end of our delegations for this evening. We're going to move on in the agenda. And the next item are our Community Advisory Committee reports. We have the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee report of February 20th, 2024, and the report being with regard to elementary school schedule, Monday to Friday versus a 5-day schedule. Will the PIAC co-chair be speaking to this? So welcome, Sharon Grant. Please be seated.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Grant. One of the co-chair on the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee, PIAC, and online, my colleague and co-chair, Zina Sharik. We're both here to speak about the elementary school schedule. I know that Andrew Water spoke in length about what we're going to say, so you've heard in details in advance of us coming as the PIAC rep to speak on this behalf. So we're just here to see if you have any questions based on the report that we submitted.
Thank you, Sharon. Are there any questions regarding this report for the PIAC co-chairs? Seeing none in the room, are there any online? None online. Is it? You have a question? Okay, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Grant, for coming in. I just wanted to clarify whether or not there has been any conversation with the teacher unions just about the impact. And is it something that's already been done or something that would have to be done should this move forward?
That's something that will need to be done. It has not been done by PIAC. We're just putting forward the recommendation and hoping that staff and or the trustees can see how it can be implemented. I'm here, Zena and I are here because it's the will of our committee to put this forward through a vote. And so we're here to represent the requests of our committee through you to you in asking that you strongly think of this recommendation and see how it can be implemented, and if it cannot, if it's not within your purview, if it needs to be referred back to staff, let us know. And but I know that the director was supposed to provide a report on the 26th, but PIAC had to cancel, the co-chairs canceled the PIAC meeting in respect of the FPAC. So April 30th would be the next meeting, and hopefully that staff can come back with some report.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. So just to clarify, sorry, you were supposed to have received a report. It was canceled due to FBAC, but somebody is coming back to provide a report to you on this topic?
Sorry, so the part of our request was that a report gets back on the 26th to be represented at our 26th meeting. But obviously staff couldn't present because we didn't have the meeting, yeah. So our next, hopefully, our next meeting would be the 30th of April. And so we're hoping that that would be, to no fault of the staff, we had to do what we had to do in respect of, it's a bigger requirement with the budget. So we had to, step back and ensure that we're here to support that process. And so we're asking for the report in lieu of the 26th of March, if they can provide it on the 30th of April.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, through the chair, the report is to present the viability of this option?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
And if not, then, we're hoping that although, in addition to what our recommendation is and our request is, give us a detail and, so that we understand reasoning as to yay or nay. Or if it's nay, if it's no, what's the reasoning? All the different aspects that may affect the change, or if it can happen, when can it be implemented?
Okay, thank you. Am I allowed to ask a question of staff? Is it not my turn anymore?
When we finish with the questions for the delegate, the co-chair of PIAC.
That's okay.
You're not delegating, you're here presenting your report and your recommendation.
Okay.
Just to be clear. Were there any other questions for our PIAC co-chair, Sharon Grant?
Is it okay? I don't know. My co-chair is online, Zena. I don't know if she had anything you needed. If my time ran out, if she needed to add anything. Zena, are you online? Or did she?
We don't see her there.
I know. Okay.
Okay. So at this point, we have questions for staff. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm just wondering if staff could comment on this motion and also provide a little bit more information on the report that's supposed to be going back to PIAC and how that will be brought to board at any point, if at all.
Thank you. If staff could respond.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask Executive Superintendent Chan to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, just make some comments, and then I may pass it over to our system officer, Michelle Lawrence. This motion did come forward at our February 20th PIAC meeting. The intention was to bring back a report, comments regarding it in writing from the director at the next meeting, and due to the cancellation, we will be bringing it forward at the next meeting, as mentioned in April. We did have a discussion around the operational nature of the request, and it was acknowledged that it would likely be referred back to staff for this, and that's why the request was to bring it back to a future meeting. So that is hopefully what will be happening this evening as we bring it forward to share with our PSSC committee, but at the same time to bring it back to staff to report back directly to PIAC.
Thank you.
Thank you. So given that, I would like to motion to refer this motion back to staff,
The recommendation,
this recommendation, rather.
yes. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Lothar Rothman. All in favor? Hold on. We're putting it up on the screen. Are we doing East Gray? Show of hands. We'll be doing a show of hands.
Aye.
Screen? Okay. Yes. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee Lothar Rothman. And I'm in favor. Do we have all the votes?
And in favor.
That we're missing? The vote for Trustee Lothar Rothman, Gauss, and Trustee Chernos-Lynn. How do you vote? Are you in favor?
Trustee Ghost is in favor.
Trustee Chernos-Lynn? Okay, so we need to, okay, it looks like she's voted. Okay. And that's carried. Thank you. And thank you again, Sharon Grant, for coming and presenting the PIAC report and the recommendations.
Thank you for having us.
Have a good
Appreciate it.
evening.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So we're moving on to the next Community Advisory Committee report, Early Years Community Advisory Committee report of March 22nd, 2024, Child Care Centers Membership and Communication with Local School Caring and Safe Schools Committees.
Hi, I'm Jill Oakes, and I'm the co-chair for the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, and here today to present to you our recommendation. Does everybody have a copy of the recommendation?
Yes,
or should
we do.
I read it
It's in
through?
front of us.
Sorry?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What we are asking and seeking for is that childcare representatives from the licensed childcare centers that are operating in your schools and the before and after school representatives are looking for membership to participate in the the local caring and safe school committees, as well as being included in the communication that goes out with regular, to stakeholders about information, issues, and anything that has to do with improving system planning and service delivery. So that is what we are asking for.
Okay, and I have a question from Trustee Dawson.
Yes.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for this motion. I actually was under the impression that at least the before and after care programs and childcare centers located within schools were already on Safe and Caring Schools committees, but you're saying no, that's not the case.
Not formally, no.
Not formally.
If they're invited, it's individual principals inviting us to attend.
Okay. And when you say central TDSB staff provide annual communications to childcare centers, et cetera, are those communications already being sent to the wider Caring and Safe Schools committee, but you're just not included because you're not on the committee? Or is this something new you're proposing?
I can't speak for all of the centers. I think it's not consistent across the city.
Okay. I have other questions for staff, but those are my questions for you now. Thank you so much.
You know, our concerns came also when school is not in session and we are there over the course of the 12 months on non-school days that, you know, we need to be part of any communication that's going on in the community or within the school with regarding the Caring and Safe School Act.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Trustee Earhart.
Thanks. Through the chair, just a quick question for clarification. This time is dedicated to questions for the presenter, not to staff, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I'll just be brief. First, I just want to say hi and thank you so much for putting this forward. I'm the trustee for Toronto Danforth, and we held a meeting, myself and the city councillor, which included representatives from Toronto Police Services, area childcare centers, both located in schools and not, as well as TDSB staff, to hold a discussion about health and safety following incidents that took place in our area in the fall. And this motion really speaks to some of the issues that came out during that. So I really want to thank you for this. You had mentioned very quickly just at the end around what takes place during the summer.
Non-school days, yeah.
And non-school days. One of the things that came out was that TDSB has procedures that outlines there will be a designate, and that it didn't appear clear who the designate was in every circumstance. And I'm wondering if you could speak, if that has come up in discussions at the CAC. I apologize that I've not been able to attend due to conflicts. I'd love to hear more about the context that this came about through, and just thank you again. It's a very important motion and really speaks to the need that I've heard in my community. So thank you.
So is your question to me, who are the representatives? So they would be a representative from the childcare center or the before and after school. So likely it's the supervisor or a designate from the operator.
Okay, and basically just wondering what you've heard from the CAC around what happens during summer, what happens during March break, winter breaks, and does it appear clear to people what is happening? And thank you for your time.
It's not clear and it's inconsistent. Years and years ago, it was sort of left up to the operator to connect with your local police to let them know you are there and operating in the school on non-school days. And so anything that's going on in the community that we need to be aware of, who are they going to communicate to? So we would have to make ourselves present and known to them and hope that they remember. So this way it formalizes it with everything that you're doing with the local police and such, that they are aware that we're there. So then communication processes would have to be in place on non-school days, and certainly on school days as well, that we're not really forgotten. We are there, we are in your school. Something might happen in the middle of the day before and after, while they're not in the building, but they need to be aware of what's going on when they return to operate in the afternoon. So it's inconsistent. So we're just asking, putting those recommendations forward for that.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful to hear, although I'm sorry to hear that it's being inconsistently applied and that it's unclear. These are important issues to be flagging, so thank you. I also wondered if you could speak more around what other benefits you feel there could be for engagement with Safe and Caring. I know from my community, I've heard particularly for incidents around bullying or relationship matters across students, that those relationships carry on across programming that's held at the school, and that sometimes there are barriers that affect children's health and safety when there isn't strong communication. And so I'm wondering what kind of issues you're hearing and that motivated bringing forward this resolution. And thank you.
Well, we had long discussions about it, but we hadn't gone into specific cases or incidents about, so I can't speak for the other operators at the table if there have been specific things. But as a partner with the school board and delivering the programs to students that attend that school, the relationships that we have with the family and the type of work that we are doing, we do have insight and we do need to know things that are going on. So it works both ways with the sharing of information. And so we might see things that the school might not, that are occurring after school, before school, or for this, the programs that are happening all day long in the school. Sorry, I can't answer better, more specific.
No, that's very helpful, and thank you, much appreciated. Those are all my questions, and thank you so much for bringing this forward and your work. Take care.
Thank you.
Are there any other trustees who have questions for Co-Chair Jill Oakes of the Early Years Community Advisory Committee? Okay, so we're going to go to questions for staff at this point. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think this is a really great motion. As I mentioned previously, I wasn't aware that this didn't happen at all schools, so I guess I've been very lucky at my kid's school where this is occurring. I just wonder if staff could comment on the motion, and in particular, part 2, providing annual communications. Are there annual communications, or would it be more about ongoing communication? I'm just wondering about that language specifically and your thoughts overall.
Through the chair, I'm happy to respond if Audley is good with that. Sorry, I can't see him on screen.
I'm going to have to interject. I'm sorry, Ms. Oakes. At this point, the question is for staff.
No, Cynthia is answering,
Cynthia.
not Jill.
So thank you, and through the chair.
Apologies. Go ahead. Thank you, Cynthia.
I'll ask Cynthia to start, and then I'll make some comments, and I'll ask Executive Superintendent Spropoulos to also make some comments. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Okay, great. Thank you, Audley. Through the chair, we communicate regularly with our childcare partners. So when we reference here annual communication, this would be specific to the details in the motion as it relates to the specific forms that are used, cited here, but also general forms and information around caring and safe school policies, procedures, and practices. So we do communicate very regularly with all of our 300 plus childcare partners, but what the committee is asking for specifically here is to have dedicated communications around this caring and safe schools topic.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I think part of what staff appreciates this particular motion, partly because of some of the stories that we heard at the EYCAC around concerns with respect to childcare providers not necessarily being informed about situations that were taking place. And so it's certainly a concern that we share. We do want to, if possible, have look at some of the specific wording, and I'm going to turn it over to Executive Superintendent Spropoulos just to speak to some of the legislative expectations around the Caring and Safe Schools Committee.
So thank you, Associate Director Salmon, and through the chair. I just want to start off by thanking Ms. Grunman as well as the Associate Director for the invitation to the Advisory Committee. I think it was overdue. It was important for us to sit at the same table and review what the expectations are in our system, as well as to hear some really important feedback around what some of the potential gaps are at this point in time. So let me start by addressing the first part of that motion, which is asking for us to mandate a seat at the table for childcare providers. And I think that it's important in light of that to consider that membership in safe and accepting schools teams, as the ministry calls them, is set out as part of policy and program memorandum, which very clearly outlines the membership. And I'm going to read straight from the PPM, everyone. Boards must ensure that schools have in place a safe and accepting schools team responsible for fostering a safe, inclusive, and accepting school climate that must be chaired by a staff member and include the principal, at least one parent, a teacher, a non-teaching staff member, or community partner. That's mandated. And then it goes on to say it should also include at least one student. So because this is set out in a PPM, everyone, it's not necessarily within our purview to be able to expand what the government has laid out, or what the ministry has laid out very clearly for us. I think it's an amazing idea. I think there's absolutely should be room at that table for a representative from a childcare to be a part of this team. I also think it's important, though, that we stay within the confines of the PPM and the policy direction that we have been given. Happy to share just a couple more points with respect to accountability, because it's troubling to hear from co-tenants in buildings that they feel they're not necessarily kept in the loop around emergency preparedness. And I want to tell you how our system creates that level of accountability, not by accident, but through process. So at the beginning of every school year, every school principal is responsible for reviewing with everyone who is part of that school building what we call the institutional accountability checklist. So that typically happens at the beginning of every school year with school-based staff, as well as with any partners who are in the building, around emergency preparedness and procedures. And there is an expectation that every co-tenant who is in a building is a part of all of that emergency preparedness training, whether it's fire drills, lockdowns, et cetera, et cetera. And there is also really clear information for principals about caring and safe school teams. To ensure accountability, once a principal has completed all of those items, it's signed off by the superintendent of education. It's our expectation that that is done annually. So let me go a little bit further, because some interesting questions have emerged, and I know that I've spoken to a number of trustees about emergency preparedness, and especially when a crisis emerges in a school, and most especially when it happens outside of regular school hours. March break, summer, we know that issues in our community happen 12 months a year, and our schools aren't operational 12 months a year. So what do we do if something happens in the summer? There are also processes in place through the Toronto Police Service. So Toronto Police Service endeavors, if something is happening down the way from a school or within the community, to communicate through their communication branch to the school. And here's what happens. They don't just go to a list and say, oh, this is near X public school, we should call them. They type in the address of the incident, and what comes up on their screen is a list, it should, of schools and daycares in the immediate area. And that is assuming they have that information. The way they get that information is through the Toronto Emergency Safe School Strategy Form. Now, part of the benefit of going to that meeting was the realization from the providers that some of them haven't filled out that form in many years. And that's something that is being taken up with urgency. We've been in touch with the Toronto Police Service, who are sending us their updated form, which will be distributed to every school principal, and which will include contact information, not just for school-based administrators, but also for any co-tenants in the building. And it's not just childcare, everyone. You know that we have parks, Recs and Parks program in schools, as well as other partners. So what would happen when an incident happens, TPS types in the address, what comes up is a list of contacts at the neighboring school, and they start calling, one after the other, in a very systemic and organized way, which shouldn't happen just by accidents or by happenstance. So I hope that information is helpful. I again want to thank the folks on the committee who we look forward to connecting with again as a follow-up. And I know that Ms. Grumman does outstanding work in being able to stay in touch with that group on an ongoing basis. And one of the things that will be important for us to do is utilize that communication channel rather than creating some new pathway to make sure that we're as efficient as possible with respect to how we're communicating this information to the providers. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson?
Okay, so the only way that they could be included is if the school were to select them as specifically the community partner, which could create a conundrum if there's multiple community partners in a building, for instance.
Yeah, through the chair, let me just clarify. You can have more than one community partner. And I think that we could, and we could recommend there must be at least one, through the chair. There must be at least one. That doesn't limit us from having 2, 3, or 4, or as many number as would, I think, appropriately round out the group. And what we can say is perhaps communicate with our principals about the importance of doing it. We just can't mandate it.
Okay. So through the chair, you would, overall, I like this motion. So to make it more viable, it would mean changing the language to, instead of saying be included, be considered.
It's already been, my apologies, Trustee Dawson. That word's already been amended. It's up on the screen.
Oh.
So included has been changed to invited.
Be invited, okay.
Yeah. And I think Executive Superintendent Spropoulos.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think one of the ways that we can, I think, give this some more traction is when we amend our institutional accountability checklist on an annual basis, we can make sure that we include this. So it will be front and center for principals and doesn't just, I guess, get suggested to them or something that they hear about by accident from their childcare provider. Because one of the things that became clear from the meeting is that the communication between principals and daycare providers has to improve, and the system has to be able to support that in an organized way. And the way that we would do that is to include part 1 in the institutional accountability checklist. So typically what would happen is the principal would walk down the hall and say to the person who oversees the daycare, hey, we'd love to have a rep on Caring and Safe School Committee.
Okay. So what you're, through the chair, suggesting is for like a number 3 to be added, for part 1 to be included in the institutional accountability checklist, or can you just do that? Does it need to be in the motion? No? Yeah, okay. So if there aren't any other questions from trustees, I would like to move this motion.
Actually, I think,
Oh, comments.
ex- Executive Associate Director Salmon wanted to speak.
Thank you, and through the chair, when I began, I think this is a really good recommendation. I think that that certainly when the information we've heard from communities around this is something that's important to acknowledge. I think the points that Executive Superintendent Spropoulos has outlined, though, represent the notion that we can't mandate principals to provide this, but we can ask principals to invite. And I think that that's where this particular motion is going, so we'd be supportive of that. And I think in addition, what Executive Superintendent Spropoulos has outlined is that within the framework around institutional accountability, that needs to also be a part, because we know that our childcare providers are an integral part of our communities, and that's one of the things that came out in the childcare report that came to this particular committee previously. So we are in supportive of this, but we wanted to make sure that trustees and community were well aware of the expectations, and also our principals, because I think principals who are listening to this need to also know that this is not us as a board mandating, but this is us saying that we need to welcome communities where appropriate and where possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Do you have anything further?
Well, I would like to move this as a motion.
Before you move, we
anyone
have
else has questions.
a little bit of a speakers list still. There are a few other trustees that wanted to comment or ask a question. Trustee McLean.
I guess I'm going to respectfully push back a little bit on I guess what I'm hearing from staff. I don't understand. Initially, we couldn't mandate it because they couldn't be part of as it was shown. But then it became staff's position that we could have multiple community members. And if we can have multiple community members, then I'm missing the part where, why is it a problem for senior team to mandate this of the principals in our system? How is this a bridge too far?
Thank you. Can I have staff respond?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, the PPM is clear in saying at least one of. That doesn't negate the fact that if we have one community partner, we can have multiple community partners. What isn't, in our estimation, permitted is to move beyond who the selected parties are with respect to who must be. So for us to be specific and say it must be the community agency, if I have it correctly, I'm sorry, the community partner must be the child care provider.
It's not my position that we're suggesting that the one position have to be filled by as what is being requested. My interpretation of what's being suggested is that of the community partners that are being included, whether it's one or three, however many apply, maybe because we have different formations throughout our elementary system. But if there is no limit to how many, why one of them can't be what's requested here? I think including them in itself doesn't have to eliminate anybody else. All it does is make sure that they would be included and get a seat at the table, which is what's being requested. And we would seem to have the ability to do that because we have flexibility to extend beyond one. But I don't think the motion is, and I'm not suggesting that we mandate that they be the only one, just that we extend the flexibility you indicated that we had and make sure that they are amongst those who are included in that provision in the PPM.
Yeah, so through.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. If I can try to surmise and get to the heart of what Executive Superintendent Spiropoulos is saying, is that the ministry is the one with the authority to mandate who is on that committee. They've given the scope of at least the membership, and what this motion is doing is asking that administrators extend the invitation to the childcare providers located or operating in TDSB, inviting them as community partners. So it's not a mandate, it's an invitation. That's the essence of it. The ministry is the one that can mandate. We can't mandate the membership of this Safe and Caring Schools Committee. Executive Superintendent Spiropoulos, is that an accurate synopsis?
Through you, Chair, it is.
Do you have any further questions, Trustee McLean?
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand. I'm not looking to, through the chair, I'm not looking to expand the mandate. And the mandate has a provision within it. It's staff's position that this number can be expanded. So I'm not asking that senior team do anything with the PPM. When I started, I wrote down about reaching out to the ministry and clarifying, but then as the answers got expanded, we don't need to do any of that. All we need to do is instruct our principals that they have flexibility in this regard, as staff has identified, and I'd like them to use the flexibility that they have within the existing PPM to meet the request that's what's being asked, to include that those people be included amongst those who are the community members. So I'm not looking them to bump anybody. I'm not looking to expand the PPM. I'm not looking for clarification from the ministry. All I'm suggesting is that we currently have the ability to mandate senior team. This is like operational in nature, but the principals work for, they have direction, they take direction from members of senior team. If it was the senior team's position that this was a good idea and good practice for us, then this could be the expectation throughout our system. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments, Trustee McLean. So the next, Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. I mentioned this before that we held a meeting in November in our ward, and I want to express sincere gratitude for the TDSB representatives that joined that call. For me, it was hugely illuminating in terms of the complexity, but also in terms of the ongoing need and safety work, right? That it's a constant need for refreshing. And so I think this speaks really clearly to having annual communications, I think will really help to keep the relationships fresh when it comes to caring and safe schools. Just hearing what Trustee, and I will just say, I also am very grateful to staff for the update, this public update of what has taken place in this area. These are positive changes that have come about in recent months. I'm very happy to hear it and look forward to seeing more communication on that, particularly as we go into summer months. I think it will be very important, particularly clarifying for each school who the delegate is in procedure, if it's the caretaker, if it is the child care center, and that the communications and connection with all relevant emergency and safety authorities is clearly articulated for every school, and that the people who are physically at the school are aware of that, and that the relevant emergency service providers are also aware of that. Hearing that there's movement there is really positive, so thank you. And I hope to continue to get updates on that over time. So Trustee McLean really brought up my question, which is just, I still don't understand why we can't, consistent with the ministry direction, the policy memo, have through TDSB policy or procedure a requirement. It would, on my read, it would still be consistent with what the ministry has required. If we feel it's inconsistent, so I would be grateful for further staff clarification on that, if that could be explored. And if we don't feel it would be consistent, would we not want to put forward advocacy on this? Certainly with it being a Ministry of Education and Childcare, I think it is really important to have this for every school. Where it's not happening is where it's a problem. And so having a discretionary invitation, I don't think will hit at the matter that it's not happening everywhere, but it forms a very essential and important part of certainly community expectations on what happens when their youngest children are being left at a school facility for care that's licensed by the same entity that provides our guidance as a board as well. So I'd be grateful just to better understand that, and I wonder if an advocacy motion may be needed on this as well. I'm happy to send language if it's not felt that we would have discretion to require this. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. The next trustee on the speaker's list is, oh, excuse me. Could staff respond?
So thank you for the question, and through the chair, I think it might bear repeating that with respect to who must be at the table, the committee must be chaired by a staff member, must include the principal, at least one parent, a teacher, a non-teaching staff member, or community partner. And I believe that to mandate a specific body entity to be included in that list is outside the scope of the PPM. And I am happy to continue to explore possibilities. I heard a great idea from Trustee Earhart around perhaps some advocacy there, perhaps even pursuing more clarification than we already have, because we have sought out that clarification. In staff's estimation, that PPM is really clear around who must be there. And for us to say who else must be there isn't consistent with the spirit of the PPM.
Thank you.
And through the chair, staff supports it as written on the board up right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart, did you have any further? Yeah.
Through the chair, I will then, I'm happy to share language with members of this committee. I'm not a member of this committee, but if there's an interest in a business arising motion just around advocacy on this, I'll just read something as a thought, and I'm happy to email it to someone who may want to put forward this kind of motion. Whereas childcare centers co-located in schools are essential community partners in facilitating an inclusive and accepting school climate. Be it resolved that the TDSB request of the Ministry of Education to modify the provincial policy memo related to the Safe and Caring School Committee to require the inclusion of childcare centers located in schools as members. So I'm happy to send that if it's something that people would like to work on.
We may want to engage the Early Years Community Advisory Committee on any other or next steps. The motion, the recommendation that's before you came out of a discussion at the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, and then in consultation with senior staff, the wording that's in front of you was agreed upon or, came about through a collaboration. And that was as per the directive of the Early Years Community Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on that then and engage more, but for what it's worth, I feel there's real merit in ensuring this happens. I think there's real merit in ensuring this happens at every school for children's well-being, and that's really the motivation there. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Trustee Arts.
Hi, through you, Madam Chair. I missed the number. Could staff please repeat what the policy and program memoranda number was?
Through the chair, it's PPM 144.
PPM 144.
Okay. And sorry, I haven't had a chance to open it yet. So does it actually say we cannot have more than that number, or that more than the specified number?
It is?
Someone needs to go on mute.
Sorry, I thought that was me. Does it say we can't have more than a specified number, or does it exclude any particular parties like childcare from that list?
Executive Superintendent Spropoulos.
Through the chair, it was as I have read it. It doesn't say specifically or mention that any groups or individuals should be excluded. It just provides that list of who must be around that table. And then it goes on to say that it should also include one student.
Yeah, so this is much like the legislation and memoranda around a number of different things. And in none of those cases are the contents of the makeup of the committee then restricted to that exact number. The ministry always, in the memoranda and the legislation, provides the base framework, and it's up to local boards then to set the policies and directions that are specific to their own board. And so I think what the Community Advisory Committee is asking for is reasonable, and we have the ability as a local board to tell our principals that we expect them. No, we're not going to say the ministry mandated this. That's really just hyperbole. But we have the ability as a local board to set our own policies and procedures that are framed on top of memoranda. That's what we're supposed to do. And having good relationships with these, not leaving it up to individual schools to try and interpret policy and program memoranda, but having it as communications like we do with everything else that says, you do have to have a caring and safe committee. The ministry says you have to have these numbers. We also want you to invite, these members of your community. And childcare is a massive partner within our communities, and it just makes sense to invite them. So I think this is quite reasonable, and hope to see more consistency from school to school as we move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. I believe Trustee Dawson was making the motion.
Did could I have some clarification actually from the chair about who made that change? Was it staff just right now, the invited? Or was it because the motion I have in front of me is be included. And now when I hear my colleagues speak and I hear Mr. Spropoulos provide clarification that we can have an unlimited number of community members, I don't think that the license before and after program and childcare provided should be e.g. community partner members, but could be included as community partner members. And so I would just like to understand who made that change up there, because I do want to just work with the original motion.
So there was email communication back and forth between the co-chairs of the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, their committee liaison, and staff. And that was as per the discussion and motion passed at the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, that consultation to get an accurate or collaborative wording happen. I happen to be one of the co-chairs of the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, so I participated in that conversation, and I participated in the back and forth with regard to this wording.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So it still remains, however, that there appears to need to be an advocacy piece around clarifying the fact that they should be included. So I wondered how the chair suggests we could go about doing that. I can add it to this or move it as business arising later. What do you recommend?
Or they could be discussed at the Early Years Community Advisory Committee. You know, what further steps that they'd like to take. Like, so they have like some collaboration and voice
Okay.
in the next steps. What's in front of us now came out of the committee.
I can understand that it came out of the committee, but I also see their original motion and I hear the contradictory language from what we've heard from staff, and so possibly that has influenced that as well. But I hear what you're saying, and I would like to move this recommendation from the committee.
I think Trustee, Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos.
Through the chair, I
it's
think it's important to sort of bring some of our thinking together around this and to highlight what Trustee Arts noted, that there are instances when a PPM provides a framework and local boards can add to it in ways that are in keeping with how a specific board would operate more efficiently and more effectively. And I can think of other examples where, for example, a PPM provides a general framework and there have been additions that are made. And I'm happy to continue to seek clarification around that and to go even deeper than we already have, and perhaps provide a further update, knowing that even right now I can think of examples where a PPM, not just in Caring and Safe Schools, but otherwise, has given the basics, and the basics have been added to in ways that work for a local place.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent Spiropoulos. Sorry, my error. There was a motion moved by Trustee Dawson. We need a seconder. Seconded by Trustee King. All in favor? Are we doing these right? Show of hands?
I'm in favor.
Chan in favor, Dawson in favor, Logan Rothman in favor, Trustee King in favor, Trustee Williams in favor,
Cherneslin in favor.
Trustee Goes,
Trustee Ghost is in favor. Dee, are you able to hear me? It's Trustee Cherneslin.
yes, we have your
Okay.
vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if I managed to fix it. Okay, thank you.
Any against? That motion carries. Thank you. Let's see. So the next item on our agenda, staff reports, the annual Indigenous Education Report 2023 for receipt. Could I have staff speak to this?
Good evening. I'd like to start with this particular report, the Indigenous Education Annual Report from 2023. My name is Tanya Sink. I'm the System Superintendent for Indigenous Education, as well as the board lead, with system responsibilities and responsibilities to the Urban Indigenous Education Center and Kapapa Machkwe Wandering Spirit School K-12. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the amazing admin team, and they'll have an opportunity to do that once they walk you through this particular presentation. This is the admin team at the Urban Indigenous Education Center, which includes centrally assigned principal Antonino Gembroni, centrally assigned vice principal Robert DeRoche, and centrally assigned VP Emily Wadsworth. So for this particular presentation, we'll be highlighting some of the key points from the report, as the report is more fulsome. And the entire process is guided by the Elders Council, and the UIAC is dedicated to enhancing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students' well-being, achievement, including key priorities that have been brought forth from the Indigenous education leads and community members from across the province, which include the critical importance of Indigenous language revitalization and Indigenous land-based education, to name a few. The Indigenous education strategy through this annual report supports all students and staff by expanding and deepening the knowledge of Indigenous histories, contemporary contexts, perspectives, achievements, and contributions. Work across this particular strategy through the Urban Indigenous Education Center, highlighted here in the annual report, focuses on the following 7 canopies that guide us. This is student voice, professional learning, community engagement, partnerships, programming, and curriculum development, research and innovation, truth and reconciliation, and self-determination. We will be presenting the 4 areas as indicated from the board action plan on Indigenous education and in keeping with the multi-year strategic plan. The UIAC has been engaged in the work since it started in its very beginnings 15 years ago through the Urban Aboriginal Education Pilot Project, which was a project that focused on 3 urban boards across the province. Toronto District School Board was one of them, where we worked very closely with principal researcher Dr. Susan Dion, and we continue to do so, which in there was produce the research findings through a groundbreaking report called Decolonizing Our Schools, Aboriginal Education in the Toronto District School Board that was done in 2010. The Provincial Indigenous Education Collaborative Inquiry was happening at that time and grew to 5 years and included all boards across the province. And the research can be found in what's called the Listening Stone Project, of which the TDSB was heavily involved in. So leading into the work that we're going to do, I'm going to ask centrally assigned principal Antonino Gembroni to share his screen, as we have highlighted for you some of the highlights from the report in that particular presentation. So while Antonino is getting that ready, I do want to say that we will be starting with supporting students, and the 4 areas that we will be focusing on, as well as supporting educators and working with listening and learning from Indigenous community members and leaders, the Elders Council, knowledge keepers, artists, scholars, parents and caregivers, and the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Council, and through our partnerships. And the final is research and governance. So Antonino, can you please share your screen?
Can you see the screen?
Okay, thank you. So here we're starting off with supporting students in this area. And what we've done is we've chosen some key priorities in the report to highlight for you this evening. So over to you, centrally assigned Principal Antonino Giambroni.
Through the chair, thank you very much, System Superintendent Tanya Sank. Honored to be sharing some of these highlights of the work of the UIAC in Indigenous education. And I'm happy to begin sharing the ONSE Student Wellbeing and Achievement Strategy. So the UIAC continued to provide direct wraparound supports to schools with the highest numbers of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students. 7 schools overall, where we provide direct support to students and staff in those schools. And we do that through ONSE, which we entitle this project. It is the Anishinaabe word for transformation. Alongside Indigenous education funded site-based staff, such as the Indigenous food sovereignty chefs at Native Learning Centers in Kapapamachwe, for example, child and youth workers, and child and youth counselors at each of the sites, as well as ongoing services from UIAC ONSE teams is how we refer to them. And they include learning coaches that support professional learning and educator supports in each of the schools and through processes like collaborative inquiries that center mathematics, for example, Indigenous social workers that provide one-on-one and group supports, student success teacher that provides one-on-one academic supports with students, as well as group supports and family supports, Indigenous graduation coaches that essentially assigned as Vice Principal Emily Wadsworth will talk about, provide mentorship, employment and program transition supports, cultures and traditions instructors, providing ceremony and culture instruction, and community liaisons, itinerant resource teacher that focuses on special education processes, and Indigenous language coach that supports Indigenous language instruction in each of the sites, and all to create spaces and collaborate with staff at each site to center and affirm First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students' lived experiences. We've seen multiple impacts over the years, namely increased attendance in those spaces, increased projected credit completion this year very specifically, increased food security among students and families, and we also engage in student sharing circles to affirm Indigenous student voice conducted by Indigenous staff. An initial look at some of the findings from those sharing circles indicate an increase in student reported sense of belonging, and namely through increased access to culture and ceremony, as well as through Indigenous languages. I'd like to hand it over to essentially assigned Vice Principal Emily Wadsworth.
Thank you so much. So the 3 Indigenous graduation coaches support and mentor First Nation, Métis, and Indigenous and Inuit students from grades 7 through 12 across the TDSB. We see the impact of their work across the 2022-23 year. They supported over 200 Indigenous youth across the system. That means across 10 different elementary schools and across 22 different secondary schools. This is their work to both build relationships and building capacity of staff to best serve Indigenous youth. Highlighting their work that they did, it was specifically around supporting 41 Indigenous grade 12 students to successfully achieve their OSSD. And the part of the work that they do to support Indigenous youth is to provide learning opportunities for students. A highlight this last December was when 100 Indigenous youth took part in the Indigenous Opportunities Fair hosted at the UIEC. This provided Indigenous youth the chance to liaise with 30 different universities, colleges, trade organizations, and employment opportunities. Another part of the work that the Indigenous graduations do is to provide wraparound support during the Indigenous Student Summer Leadership Program. This summer program took place this last July in relationship with the Con Ed program in the TDSB. The focus of the Indigenous Student Summer Leadership Program was about supporting Indigenous youth to be in relationship and have mentorship directly from Indigenous mentors and from Indigenous communities and organizations. The goal was to provide Indigenous students with both co-op credits while also receiving meaningful paid work experiences that directly connect with meaningful post-secondary opportunities and experiences. Last July, 22 Indigenous students from across the TDSB participated in this summer program. They not only received co-op credits and receiving payment through the Focus on Youth program, 3 students also earned credits in math through credit recovery. A large part of this achievement and success was the overall attendance rate of 80%. I'll now hand it over to centrally assigned Vice Principal Robert DeRoche.
Merci, Emily. Good evening, everyone. Just expressing gratitude for inviting us into the space this evening. With Anishinaabe-Moan language learning, that comes from part of self-determination for First Nation Métis Inuit students to have access to language. And over the past year, we're able to offer 10 sites that offered Anishinaabe-Moan learning, 4 at secondary and 6 at the elementary level. What was really innovative last year with the work that we did is that we had a K-12 Indigenous languages learning coach that worked alongside their colleagues to provide support and professional learning in Anishinaabe-Moan to support language learning. Last year, we were also able to have a virtual classroom for elementary students to join in from across TDSB. Thank you.
So here we move on to the next session on supporting educators as a part of the Indigenous Education Board Action Plan. Next slide, please. And over to you, centrally assigned Principal Antonino Giambroni.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to speak a little bit about our work at the UIC and Indigenous education across the system for school transformation, namely 2 projects, Bidabin Truth and Reconciliation Project and ONSE. As I've already discussed, we discussed the school support aspect of ONSE, and I'll discuss a little bit about the professional learning aspect of ONSE. So we collaborate, the UIC collaborates with schools and leaders across the TDSB to embed truth and reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to create distinct Indigenous education goals for all school improvement plans. And the UIC has developed an Indigenous education for school transformation model that informs work with leaders across the system. And you see it highlighted on the slide. It focuses on identifying truths in Indigenous experiences, of course, and within local school contexts around First Nation, Métis, Inuit experiences within schools, families' experiences within schools, and identifying truths around needs in Indigenous education among non-Indigenous students and staff as well. And you see some pieces of how the UIC engages processes of identifying truths there, including relationship building and conversations about self and colonial context, etc. And then responding to those truths is a key piece of this process, and that takes the form of multiple actions that schools are engaging in Indigenous education across the system. And we ask that those are deeply embedded in the truths that are identified, and of course, continually taking a look at those actions and the impacts they have to identify emerging truths and responding accordingly. So this model is something that's guided many of our professional learning processes at the UIC, and namely these 2 large system projects. With respect to ONSE, the 7 schools identified in the first section of this report, we identify those as focus schools, but we also have other schools with the highest numbers of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students in the system. And specifically, there are 20 schools that have participated in professional learning and that we provide learning coach support to as well. over the course of the year. And with Bedabin, that began last year with all learning networks participating, with 2 schools from each learning network participating, including all superintendents, as well as 2, so an administrator from each school that participated, and 2 educator leaders from each school. We are now into our second cohort and continuing that work around school transformation. And so having a huge impact around practices in leadership, what we're referring to as leadership in Indigenous education for non-Indigenous leaders, and Indigenous leadership for those who identify and have lived experience as First Nation, Métis, or Inuit folks. And multiple impacts around the quality and effectiveness of Indigenous education goals in school improvement plans across the system, as well as deep personal learning as indicated by participant reported responses about their learning in relation to also student responses in schools based on actions that folks have taken over the course of the year.
Merci, Antonino. So all teachers that teach First Nation, Métis, Inuit Studies courses or N-coded courses in grade 9 to 12 come to the Urban Indigenous Education Center 4 times throughout the year to engage in collaborative inquiry and professional learning and reflective practice. Last January 2023, former Indigenous student trustee Isaiah Shafkat had a motion passed that would make Contemporary First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Voices, NBE3, the system-wide compulsory English course. Last year, we started with the rollout plan of that. So from the previous school year to this past school year, we had an increase from 27 to 63 schools participating and offering NBE3 as the compulsory grade 11 English course. In understanding that we needed to support teachers to do that transition, we offered a 3-part professional learning series last spring for teachers that were new to teaching the course. We will be following up that this year, because following up this spring, as by next year, all secondary schools in TDSB will be offering Contemporary First Nation, Understanding Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Voices, or NBE3 as it's coded. During the professional learning, there is a focus on understanding the curriculum, how to find resources that are authentic by First Nation, Métis, Inuit peoples, and understanding various forms of text. We model and show various forms of pedagogies and more contemporary pedagogies that meet the learning strengths, gifts, and needs of all students, and then also look at differentiated assessment practices and pedagogical documentation to support student learning in NBE3 courses. Part of the learning is we engage teachers in reflective practice through journaling, and from that, we ask them to share throughout the year things that they have learned and the impacts in their classroom. Some of the impacts talk about how the people's teaching practice have been transformed and that they have more understanding around First Nation, Métis, and Inuit stories. To support the learning in this as well, in 2020, in collaboration with York University, we developed the Senior First Nation, Métis, Inuit Studies additional basic qualification. And over the past 4 years, we've had about 50 teachers a year take that course to be certified, and we continue to offer subsidies for teachers who would like to be certified to support them with the teaching of this course. Thank you. So we'll move into the next. Sorry, Tanya.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Centrally Assigned Vice Principal Robert DeRoche Marcy. So now in this section, the focus will be working with the Indigenous communities, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Marcy, Superintendent Tanya Sink. Guided by a committee, which is led by Dr. Elder Duke Redbird, we have an Educational Partnerships Committee, which meets regularly to look at recruiting educational partners that identify as First Nation, Métis, Inuit, and to look at the programming that they can offer in schools. Last year, we had an increase of from 36 to 50 educational partners, and we continue to work to grow the educational partners offering learning from First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples, stories, and perspectives. This is increasingly important as we know that NBE3 teachers will be looking to have people come in their classroom. One of the ways that we support educational partners is with our community liaison team, is by having an educational partner gathering where people come and share best practices, share what their programming looks like, and then give us feedback on how we can support them and support schools to host an educational partner. And then we also, as we do outreach with that. Thank you.
Marcy, some of the things that we do in community, with community, for example, here are community powwows. This is a picture of last year's powwow that we had at Kapapamachkwe. It's a school community powwow, and it's organized by the Caregiver Council and the staff at the UIAC in Kapapamachkwe, and the students with various community members coming together and celebrating our indigeneity. All of this, of course, is guided by the elders, and in this picture we could see Elder Pauline Shirt here in this particular photo as the founder of Kapapamachkwe Wandering Spirit School. And we also work very closely with the cultures and traditions instructors and knowledge keepers as well in this particular event. And we also open it up to staff members across the TDSB. And last year we did have some of the trustees and come and participate as well. And last year, we also held the Southeast Community Powwow that's been going on for numerous years. Our powwows weren't going on, of course, through that time period of COVID, but we've been doing this over many years. And so we're looking forward again to having the Kapapamachkwe Urban Indigenous Education Center powwow held in May. Date to be confirmed precisely, and the Southeast Community Powwow will be happening this year in September. Next slide. The other area under the Board Action Plan for Indigenous Education is research and governance. And with regard to this, in keeping with the resolution that was passed in June of 2022, whereby truth and reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People be embedded in all policies and procedures pertinent to education, and as well as to the deepening of knowledge in education. And we are pleased to acknowledge and honor and celebrate this year's Indigenous Student Trustee, Ozawa Secord. Ozawa will be moving on as we look to appoint another Indigenous Student Trustee that certainly will be student-led as well as guided by the Elders Council. Ozawa Secord has done an incredible, amazing job this year in amplifying the voices of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students across the board and representing their joys, their successes, their creativity, and also addressing the concerns and challenges across the system. So we really want to take this time to honor Ozawa and also honor her moving on. She's graduating from grade 12 this year. She got admitted into every single place that she applied for, and will be going on to the OCAD U. So we're very, very proud of Ozawa for her brilliance and the experience that she brings to this work and this wonderful leadership opportunity that she's had. And I'm sure that we'll see a lot more from Ozawa in the coming years. All of our work is guided by the Elders Council. The Elders Council started in 2015. On the left there, you see a painting done by the artist Kent Monkman honoring Elder Pauline Shirt as the founder, along with the late Elder Vern Harper. And they founded Kapapamachkwe in 1976. And it's evolved from a K-8 to a K-12. We are going to be in our 5th year of graduating grade 12s. They also support Indigenous education across the system, as well as the 2 Native Learning Centers and ONSE, where we also have higher populations of Indigenous students that was mentioned earlier in this presentation. The other picture is Elder Dr. Joanne Dallaire, who is also the elder at TMU, Toronto Metropolitan University, and has received an honorary doctorate. And here we have Elder Dr. Duke Redbird, who has received 2 honorary doctorates, one from OCADU, and also just recently last year in 2023 at York University. And he continues to guide us as well. And here we have Elder Clayton Shirt, who is the son of the late Elder Vern Harper and of Elder Pauline Shirt, and also one of the first students at Kapapamachkwe. He is also the elder at Wakabanez Bryce Institute with the University of Toronto. So we honor our elders. We are guided by the elders. We honor them for their wisdom and their guidance, following the 7 sacred teachings. And they also highlight for us and guide us in a good way what we should strive to continue to do, and that is really meeting the needs of all students that we serve and meeting the needs of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students across the system. Chimigwech. And at this point, I wanted to ask if there were any questions, and also I would like to ask through you, the chair, Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos, who we are also guided by, to say some words as well with regard to the annual report.
Thank you.
So thank you, System Superintendent Senk, and through the chair, I'll be very brief. I just would like to begin by thanking the Elders Council for their guidance, their support, and their love in everything that staff at UIEC, at Kapapamachkwe Wandering Spirit School, and beyond bring before them. I want to thank the team at the UIEC, which is led by System Superintendent Senk and administrators Giambroni and DeRoche for their tireless work in 2 very specific areas. First and foremost, supporting the achievement and well-being of Indigenous students, and then doing everything that they possibly can around the clock, 24/7, 365, to support the well-being of Indigenous students and their families. We often hear from the staff at both of those places how deeply emotional the work is, and the fact that it goes beyond what typically is taken up. And I'm very grateful to them for everything that they do. And finally, I think it's of critical importance to thank the specific Board of Trustees who have done everything that they can to show their support, not just around this table with respect to the policies and procedures that are developed, but also with respect to their day-to-day interactions and the commitment to learning. So another fantastic year and some more small steps forward, but still an incredible amount of work that needs to be done. And hopefully with a new school on the horizon and a new way of looking at and experiencing outdoor education in the TDSB as we transform towards Indigenous land-based education. So thank you for the opportunity, System Superintendent Senk, and for continuing to include me in meaningful ways.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to also express, great, deep thanks and gratitude, System Superintendent Senk, for all of this amazing work, this incredible report, and just the leadership and guidance of the Elders Council. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Dawson?
Thank you through the chair. First of all, I just want to say I am just blown away by the incredible amount of work that has taken place over the last year. I really appreciated this report and the presentation was excellent. Thank you so much to all of the team, the elders. I really appreciated you giving a shout out and spending some time talking about the great work of our Indigenous student trustee as well. So I can't thank you enough for this report. I had a question just quickly about educational partners. So you mentioned that educational partnerships have grown and that they can be brought in to support the work of implementation around NB E3. I'm just wondering who pays for that? Does that come out of the school budget? Is there a central budget for that? Through the chair.
Through you and through the chair, I will turn that question over to centrally assigned Vice Principal Robert DeRoche.
Thank you, System Superintendent Tanya Senk, and thank you for the question. So what happens with secondary schools that offer First Nation, Métis, and Inuit studies courses, NBE3 being one of them, is that they are given a base funding of $4,000 plus a per pupil top-up of $50 per student registered in course. They're to use that money to bring in the First Nation, Métis, and Inuit educational partners to supplement and complement learning in, say, NAC 10, NAC 20, NBE3. Elementary schools also bring in educational partners, and usually that comes out of the school budget. Sometimes what happens is people apply for grants like CCEL grants, the hands-on learning grants. Also, parent councils also support with bringing in educational partners as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's my only question.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart?
Hi, and thank you very much for this report. It's happy to hear the work and to hear everyone's voices who were included in presenting the report. And I'm just grateful to be representing Toronto Danforth, which hosts Kapapa Machakwe School, and grateful for that. And so just thank you to everyone who I have the privilege to work with. And for comments on the commitment that I that I have the privilege of seeing with all of your work. It's really noticed. So one of the things I really appreciated was in the report in particular was the progress related to special education. So thank you in particular for that. If you would like, I would love to hear a little more about that. I wanted to ask about something that I didn't see as clearly in the report. And so I'm wondering if staff could offer just some information about the Boyne Outdoor Education Site, which my understanding was a commitment that the board unanimously approved in 2021 related to commitments to Indigenous land-based learning. And so just wondering around the status of that commitment and where things are at. And then the Elders Council was presented, and which is wonderful. And I'm wondering if staff could offer any perspectives or areas that have been identified of interest by the Elders Council. I note that I sit on the Urban Indigenous Advisory Committee as a trustee representative, and I have noted through that a clear emphasis on the importance of recommending recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and how that's implemented within all board policies. And so that's just something as a trustee that I've made special note of, but I would love staff comment around that as well. Sorry to put all of that out there in one grouping, but please feel free to respond as makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. So I'll take those questions and then direct them towards the staff. So with the first question regarding special education, I will turn that over to centrally assigned Vice Principal Emily Wadsworth, who works very closely with the itinerant resource instructor and works very closely with secondary programming throughout. So over to you, centrally assigned Vice Principal Emily Wadsworth.
Okay. Are you muted? We can't hear anything.
Apologies. Thank you, Tanya, so much. And thank you, Trustee Earhart, for your questions. Greatly appreciated. I'm very thankful that the work that I get to do in supporting the secondary profile at UIEC and specifically supporting the three secondary ONSE schools is to work in relationship with the itinerant resource teacher, a new position that was developed and it started this past September. And the focus and the work of the IRT is to directly support the special education processes at all three of the ONSE secondary sites, to really focus on special education through a strength-based and trauma-informed approach, and to really focus on building capacity of staff at all three of those sites, and to challenge then the data that exists of Indigenous youth in special education as well. So those are some of the key focuses of the IRT at those three sites, for sure.
Thank you very much, Chimi Wedge, Emily Wadsworth. The second part of your question was with regard to, I'm just trying to remember exactly what all the questions were. What was the second one again, Trustee Earhart? I know but what was the sequence?
No problem. And I'll just say thanks very much to staff for that. Hearing trauma-informed approach really resonates with me as well. I'm very grateful to hear that. And so thank you. But the second, and the order certainly doesn't matter, but I was thinking about the Boyne Outdoor Education Site and the unanimous board commitment around Indigenous land-based learning and a specific site. And just wondering if there's any status update on the Boyne Outdoor Education Site.
So with regard to the status on the Boyne, I don't know if Associate Director Stacy Zucker is on this particular meeting.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So first, I just want to reiterate the commitment that the trustees had to Indigenous land-based learning, as well as staff has to Indigenous land-based learning. And I want to give a little bit of the Boyne is considered like our outdoor education centers, something that is not funded by the ministry with regards to any kind of renewal or revitalization work. So that means when we even want to spend our own money, whether it's renewal dollars, SCI proceeds, we do need to get permission from the ministry to use the funding in order to do that work. We did ask for funding to complete renovations at Boyne, and after some time, we did receive it. At the same time, we were looking to the actual cost of the renovations, and it is significantly higher than we received permission to use funding for. So we are looking at with our outdoor education facilities, how we can incorporate possibly either using a different site for our Indigenous land-based learning and in a true sort of more comprehensive plan with outdoor education, and how do we tie Indigenous land-based learning in all of our outdoor education facilities together, and that's a more wholesome conversation. So specifically with regards to Boyne, we are on pause as we look at other alternatives. Our commitment remains to Indigenous land-based learning, and it is a priority for us to find the appropriate response and ability to move forward. So I will pause there to see if there are additional questions.
Thank you. And through the chair, I do have additional questions. It's good to hear that some funding has been received. This rings very true of what we hear of many of the dialogues of late, where particularly for capital funding requests, where the funding that is received is not keeping pace with the need. This is what we're experiencing with childcare as well. I'm wondering though, in particular, if this is going back to board through FPAC for a discussion, or when trustees will hear a more fulsome discussion around meeting that commitment. My understanding of the commitment was not just to Indigenous land-based learning writ large, but to a specific site that carries significance and that carries unique opportunities for targeted for TDSB's Indigenous community of learners to experience land-based learning in keeping with the Truth and Reconciliation commitment. So I will need to go back to that motion to better understand the context, as I wasn't a trustee at the time, but I'm wondering that we'll want to see what that means for the board commitment as well. Is that planning to come back to board for a targeted discussion?
Through the chair, when we have more information, absolutely. And I think I just want to be clear, we didn't get additional funding from the ministry. We got permission to use our own funding. So I just want to very clearly differentiate. We get $250 million a year to do renewal work at our schools. We're not allowed to use that funding on anything but our schools, and in order to use it anywhere else, we need permission. So they gave us permission for, I think it was just over 3 million, and we're looking at significantly more to be able to do that work. So we are continuing to work with the elders on finding an appropriate place if Boyne is not able to be supported, but we will definitely report back to trustees as soon as we have a more comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I think it would be helpful. I do feel it would be helpful to go back to trustees. I find myself asked, I have the, I appreciate the comments, but I have so many more questions stemming from that. Like, why is the ministry not funding through capital funding that ought to be allocated for implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action? Why is that not an option in this case? Perhaps it's already been explored. That's just an example of the many, many questions I'm starting to have in this one particular area, because it is, I feel it's an important, it was an important board commitment. And so it would be wonderful to see it realized. And thank you very much. I did have one other area for my questions, but I may have run out of time. And it was around perspectives of the elders, and offering if staff could offer comment on any upcoming perspectives that trustees should be aware of that are future oriented. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I want to say miigwech to all the staff who created such a thorough and interesting report. I'm going to follow up a little bit on, because my question was really around what Trustee Earhart was inquiring about, and the establishing of the Indigenous Outdoor Center that would be led and staffed by Indigenous personnel, and I appreciate the update that we got from Associate Director Zucker. I guess I will. Are there federal? I understand the challenges from ministry funding, and what we're allowed to use and and I understand those limitations. But are there any? Have we explored any federal funding that might be tied to the Truth and Reconciliation report? Like, if this is not the jurisdiction of the provincial government, which is the ministry's position regarding the building of these centers and whatnot, is there an opportunity, federally to explore grants or funding, or for either the construction or maintenance or ongoing delivery of Indigenous Indigenous authentic experiences for students?
Thank you. Could staff respond? Who could
I can. Go ahead, Taya. Thank you.
Okay. I do want to say, and also to address the question that came up as well about what the elders' priorities are. Indigenous land-based education is a priority, has always been a priority, as Indigenous peoples have been forcibly removed from their communities through colonization and dispossessed of land. Having a site that is specific to Indigenous education and Indigenous ways of knowing and being is of critical importance to the well-being and the success of Indigenous students across the board in addressing a holistic approach to Indigenous education that encompasses the mind and the body and the spirit and the heart, and being guided by Indigenous ways of knowing and being through the Elders Council, through knowledge keepers, scholars, artists, etc., is of critical importance. And also to make the distinction that Indigenous land-based education is different and distinct from outdoor education. And I know that the Boyne has been something that we have been working tirelessly on for the past several years. As with regard to the federal government, I know that we've been looking into various venues in terms of trying to provide the funding that would be needed to get the Boyne up and running has been a challenge because of the funding model that has been presented through the Ministry of Education. In the interim, what we are doing in speaking with the elders is to focus while the Boyne is on pause, as Associate Director Stacy Zucker has claimed, is to focus first on a pilot project that is specifically looking at the Toronto Island school and the outdoor education center that specifically is there, and working towards creating an Indigenous land-based education site through that site, working again very collaboratively with folks. And this summer past, Elder Dr. Duke Redbird had a program out on the island that supported students, and that is something that we look forward to doing. And we're really hoping that we can continue to move forward to find the funding that is needed and be able to access various forms of funding as well that is not necessarily within the confines of the funding models that we are presently trying to work within. So at this point, what I would like to do as well is to, through you, Madam Chair, is to turn this to Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos.
Thank you.
Thank you, System Superintendent Sankin. Through the chair, I just want to underscore the fact that there is a sense of urgency around the table at the Elders Council and within communities that we fulfill this commitment related to Indigenous land-based education. And part of that is moving in some direction for as early as September 2024 to demonstrate that commitment. And that process involves visiting different outdoor education centers to determine their early feasibility with respect to beginning this transformation. I would say that the frustration within communities is palpable at when this might happen. While we continue to sort out the board motion related to Boyne and what the future is of Boyne River. And I think that as we look forward, part of, again, demonstrating that commitment will be making a move where one of our outdoor education sites initiates this change in September of 2024. And staff is doing everything that we can to make that happen as part of what I say is a larger vision to utilize resources that exist within Indigenous education to be able to support this work in a way that first and foremost is consistent with our commitment to the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation, but also in a way that's feasible financially and is responsible to that end as well. Because the conversations aren't happening outside of what trustees are grappling with respect to resourcing outdoor ed. And part of what's happening in those meetings is being able to work through that as well. And I say that knowing that the admin team, and I think I mentioned 3 out of the 4 administrators. When I was remiss and I just didn't mention centrally assigned Vice Principal Emily Wadsworth, who's been a tremendous asset to our team as well as we move through this. But we need to do it now.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now we're going to the next speaker, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you as well to everyone from the Urban Indigenous Education team for being with us in the space tonight. And thank you for the report as well. I feel like I'm seeing increasing examples and the fruit of all this work just in my day-to-day life as a trustee and as a parent. I feel like I'm seeing more posts on social media coming from some of the Bidabin schools. Did I get it right? Thank you. I'm seeing more examples of that and specifically seeing like interdisciplinary practices. Like I'm starting to see how other areas of curriculum are connecting and blending here. So it's exciting to see that grow. And just as a parent, I have a child in an Indigenous Voices art class right now. So being able to just see the examples of getting out to the AGO, connecting with artists there, it's nice to see it come alive in a real way, besides seeing these reports here. I think my only question is really broad. In the early part of the report, when you were talking about the Say well-being program, you mentioned a number of support staff, social workers, CYWs, grad coaches that I'm assuming are all Indigenous identified. And I'm just curious because one of the things that we know very well as trustees is we hear about generally staffing challenges just across the province, across the city. And I'm just curious to hear whether that's impacting specifically for lack of a better word, the availability and the retention of the support staff that are First Nation, Métis, and Inuit identified that really allow this work to continue at this kind of depth and growth. Do you have any concerns about being able to maintain this work based on having the right kind of support staffing?
Thank you very much. Through you, the chair, I'd like to be able to address that question. As First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across the board in various places and spaces, we are underrepresented throughout the system. And one of the key areas and priorities is around the recruitment, the hiring, and the retention and mobility in all sectors of the organization across the Toronto District School Board. I had said earlier on that the Urban Indigenous Education started 15 years ago. We started with a very small staff, and we have grown. The majority of staff are First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I myself am Métis Cree, Red River Métis with family ties and connections to Cowessess First Nation in Saskatchewan. I was born here in Toronto. The urban Indigenous context in Toronto, as we know it, is incredibly diverse, and so we have an incredibly diverse staff with regard to indigeneity. Currently at the Urban Indigenous Education Center, we have our admin team, the centrally assigned principal, 2 centrally assigned VPs, 2 community liaisons, and we have child and youth workers in various other sites, including Beaumont, Eastview, as well as Queen Alexander School. And we also have cultures and traditions at Eastview, Kapapamachkwe, and itinerant cultures and traditions, 2 instructional leaders, and 4 learning coaches, a student success team made up of 3 Indigenous social workers, which is certainly not enough for an entire board, considering the number of requests and referrals that we get, and a student success teacher, an itinerant an itinerant resource teacher as well. And that may seem like a lot, but when you are providing services across the board to all staff and students, and services to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students and families across the system, we know that we are stretched, and hopefully will continue to grow as we continue to meet the needs and the demands, and grow capacity as well across the system. So that's quite integral, and it's always been the case. Indigenous students, yes, and non-Indigenous students do need to see Indigenous peoples in various roles across the system. So that is one of the areas that we continue to be very adamant about, and that we are very much so trying very hard to recruit, particularly in the area of Indigenous language instructors. It is the UN Declaration Decade of the Revitalization of Indigenous Languages, and it's critical. These are a matter of our survival, our Indigenous languages, as well as Indigenous land-based education, which I had mentioned before for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students. And also knowing that we share our knowledge systems as well across the systems to deepen that knowledge and understanding. When we deepen our understandings of the histories and contemporary contexts and perspectives, achievements, and contributions of Indigenous peoples. And so one of the ways that we do that is through our partnerships and through community engagement. Toronto does have the highest population of Indigenous people in all of Ontario combined, and we're also the fastest growing population as well.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. I think what I heard is just consistently across our system, we're constantly advocating and recognizing that we need more resources to meet the needs of our students. And I think it's important for us to remember that in the context of the work of the center and students that identify as Indigenous in the system. Thank you as well for just mentioning the language learners, because I didn't specify that, but it was something that we heard about at the Public Education Symposium earlier this year about some very specific efforts to address exactly what you're speaking about. So I'm glad that that's something that we're tapped into and that you mentioned. Thank you. And that's it for me.
Thank you. So I think that brings us to the end. I think Trustee Dawson was moving for receipt. Just before the motion, again, thank you, System Superintendent Tanya Sank and all of the staff for all of this incredible work, and the Elders Council for their guidance and leadership.
Do you want me to move? I would like to move for the receipt of this item, please.
Do we have a seconder for receipt of the report? Seconded by Trustee King. Are we doing a show of hands? Okay. Or is it e-scribe? A show of hands? E-scribe is open.
Shan in favor.
Curtis Lynn in favor.
Trustee Gauss? Trustee Loka-Rothman in favor? Trustee
Gauss in
Rajwani?
favor.
Oh, Trustee Gauss?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Trustee Rajwani? Trustee Rajwani? Okay, we'll mark her absent.
Trustee Rajwani in favor. Sorry, I'm driving.
Did we get her? Thank you. Did we get her? It's okay. So that carries. Thank you. So we'll move to the next item in the agenda.
Sorry, Chair, could I ask for a brief recess to have something to eat? 5 minutes?
Recess? Yes, we'll call a brief 5-minute recess. Thank you. Listen, we're so close. Right. Okay, wonderful. So welcome back. We're going to continue through the agenda. The next item on the agenda is the Student Demographics and Learning Opportunities Index rankings in French immersion programs. Could I have staff speak to this?
Thank you, and through the chair. The report, trustees, the report before you is a report that was requested by trustees with respect to the director bringing forward a report on the social demographics of student enrollment in French immersion programs across the TDSB. Part of the report speaks to the overview of representation by social economic status, racial identity, and creed as compared to the rest of the TDSB. So the representation within the French immersion programs relative to the TDSB. The other part was to identify an analysis around the dual track elementary schools whose LOI ranking has shifted from below the 150 number to above the 150, effectively removing that particular school from the model schools program. Part of what we have today is a report that is very, very comprehensive that's been provided by the centrally assigned principal, Angela Kakamo, for French language and programs, and also to support is Dr. David Cameron, Senior Manager with Research and Development. So I'm going to turn it over to Principal Kakamo at this point in time to speak to the report.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Good evening, and through the chair. As mentioned, my name is Angela Kakamo. I am the centrally assigned principal for French language programs, classical and international languages. I'll just await. There is a presentation that we'd like to see on screen. Thank you. The report before you this evening is for receipt and begins on page 33 of the agenda package with an executive summary on pages 46 and 47. The report speaks to the social demographics of students enrolled in French immersion programs at the Toronto District School Board. Furthermore, it analyzes data from students in dual-track elementary schools whose learning opportunities index ranking has shifted from below 150 to above 150 since 2017, resulting in a change from model schools for inner-city status and a possible link to the presence of French immersion in the school. Next slide, please. As you may already know, early and middle French immersion programs are French as a second language programs as defined by the Ministry of Education. Presently, there are 11% of students studying this additional language in the Toronto District School Board at both the entry points, that being the junior kindergarten and the grade 4 entry through to grade 12. Since French immersion is not available in every school, students who reside in the address area of a feeder school, that is a school with no French immersion program, are regarded as belonging to the French immersion school in the same way that the students living in the English area of that school do. Next slide, please. Recent information about the students' race and religion was made available from the most recent student census, that of 2023. Most racial groups are represented in French immersion programs to a similar degree that they are represented in the Toronto District School Board as a whole, noting overrepresentation of white students and underrepresentation of South Asian students. But overall, data reflects the diversity of the Toronto population. Additionally, the representation of different religions and cultural backgrounds amongst French immersion students closely aligns with the broader student population in the Toronto District School Board. To note, new French immersion programs have been introduced in the last few years outside procedural process in historically and currently underserved areas to address the underrepresentation and equitable distribution of programs. Next slide, please. French immersion students in the Toronto District School Board exhibit a diverse socioeconomic background. At the system level, data indicates that the TDSB French immersion programs have a higher proportion of students from high-income households, suggesting it may attract a slightly more affluent demographic. When looking at wards, the higher the ratio of high-income households, the more probable French immersion programs will be available in that ward. This results from procedural drivers of area demand and guaranteed placement. However, in response to the French review, additional new French immersion programs have been opened more recently outside of procedural process in historically and currently underserved areas to improve equitable distribution of programs. Next slide, please. It is important to acknowledge that students in all schools have some external challenges, even those schools that are ranked very low on the Learning Opportunities Index. The Learning Opportunities Index removes the subjectivity that may shape perceptions of individual school needs. It is also critical to note most often, minor rank changes occur over a staggered period as gentrification and urbanization alters the socioeconomic makeup of the school neighborhood, where typically the majority of students live. Hence, every 3 years, the Learning Opportunities Index is recalculated and updated as demographic shifts and other elements of external challenges change. Next slide, please. As noted in the report, income, education, and the proportion of single parents are the main components of the Learning Opportunities Index. However, gentrification does play a major effect on the calculation of some of the score and rank. Based on a variety of factors in the LOI calculation, some schools move up and down the Learning Opportunities Index over time. Of the 150 identified as model schools for inner city schools, 37 of them host the French immersion program, and most have not experienced a change in their model school status for inner city schools. The introduction of French immersion in a school has little to no effect on the LOI ranking. Indeed, whatever effect there is not consistent in any direction. Some schools move up, some schools move down, and some schools do not change standing after the introduction of French immersion. However, it is worth noting that the Learning Opportunities Index compares relative need. For a school to shift out of the model schools for inner cities, 150, means that another school is experiencing more need. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, it is fair to say that the change in model schools for inner city cannot solely be attributed to the implementation or expansion of French immersion programs within these schools. It is just one of the factors that may contribute. Some of the other factors that may be contributing are urbanization and gentrification. Additionally, the French immersion program offered at the TDSB welcomes students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, racial identities, and creeds. Although there may be minor differences in comparison to the general student population, French immersion programs continue to be inclusive and available to students from various backgrounds. The board is committed to continued efforts to improve equity of access and inclusion in French immersion programs. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation at this time, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Trustee Rajakulasingam. Do you have questions? Trustee Rajakulasingam?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to thank staff for this report. I think it's extremely important, especially as in the last few years, the changes that have been happening in our French department and the new sites that have opened up as French immersion expanded and we transitioned out of extended French. So I just have a few questions. So seeing the underrepresentation of South Asian families, I wanted to ask through the chair what staff thoughts were on why that one demographic is underrepresented. That's my first question.
Thank you. Could staff respond?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Dr. Cameron to respond to that.
Through the chair and good evening. Good question. I think geographic location, you'll see on figure 1 in the report, there is a map of all French immersion programs. When you ask parents, often a vast majority of parents will say that the most important factor in elementary school is location for their children, proximity. So I would guess that our South Asian communities have less access to French immersion programs would be my first guess on why they're disproportionately underrepresented.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron. I'm going to also ask Ms. Kakmono to respond to it.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would like to add to that, and thank you, Trustee Rajikulasingham. In the last few years, and I've noted a couple of times, outside of procedural process, looking at our data when we review since the last 5 years and the first French review that we did looking at our data and revisiting our data, we have opened up new programs to look at the gaps across the system and have been strategic in addressing those gaps to bring programs closer to home. And I do appreciate also the feedback from trustees and other stakeholders. And we've listened to that feedback and opened programs in various communities to ensure that the underrepresentation of certain communities is being addressed.
Thank you. And through the chair, so seeing the two different data sets, one was based on race, the other was based on income level. I'm now thinking of when race and class are involved and how that's going to impact enrollment numbers. So we know that a lot of these programs are based on enrollment numbers. So over the years, if we don't build that interest, what may potentially happen to these programs?
So thank you for that question. I'm just wanting to make sure that we have clarity on the question. So over the years, what will we do if we don't fill those programs? Is that the question?
Yeah, through the chair, Associate Director Salmon, what I'm thinking about is what keeps these programs alive is when we have the right numbers. And my concern is when already the underrepresentation in South Asian families, but also seeing the impact of class and how that impacts enrollment and interest. My worry is when sites open up. So my community in Scarborough North, we just had a site open up at Whitehaven, which is great, but it's also a highly racialized, but also a low to middle income area. And my concern has always been, since it was announced that Whitehaven would open up a site, is how are we going to maintain the site if over time that interest doesn't build in order for us to maintain enrollment numbers. So I know we looked at the data from last year and this year this year and the next year of what enrollment looks like, and it is slowly increasing. But my question is, we now know South Asians as well as low to middle income are underrepresented. What is our strategy going to be to target these communities to ensure that they're aware of French immersion, they're aware of the benefits of learning this language? What is our targeted strategy?
Thank you for the question. it's twofold, the strategy, and I appreciate that. And we have listened and we're continue to listen to feedback. It is working very closely with our community support workers. It's getting into the communities. It's working with our settlement workers. It's working with outreach into the communities to ensure that they are aware. It's working with our community-based language interpreters to ensure that outreach to specific communities that is specifically targeted so they're informed of the information. But it is also to ensure that we do have guaranteed placement. So we need to take a look at guaranteed placement as a group of trustees, because if we continue to guarantee placement, what we are doing is guaranteeing in certain areas and not targeting the underserved areas.
And through the chair, I had visited one of these sites and they had shared that one of kind of the implications they're facing is that for the kindergarten entry point, principals aren't aware of who their families are because, they may not have met their caregivers or the parents yet. So they're asking if it were possible to partner with childcare centers because they might, families in the area might be accessing childcare, so then they're made aware of what French immersion is, and that way, when it comes to students transitioning into kindergarten, they're aware of this program. Another issue that I've been hearing about is the registration for French immersion is a bit earlier than the kindergarten registration. So my question is, why is the French immersion registration date for kindergarten much earlier as opposed to having it at the same time? So that way when a family is entering or visiting a school, learning about the school, they learn about the French program and they're able to apply for it then versus having to have the knowledge of it prior to. I'm just worried about newcomer families that may not be aware of French immersion, and it may take some time for them to get to know these programs. So that was my next question.
Thank you for those questions. All good questions and all questions that we are addressing. We are certainly working with our early years partners and childcare centers. For trustees, we do provide information and work with our earliest of learners and our childcare centers. That information and third-party providers as well. That information is dispersed to them when we are talking about our JK and grade 4 entry points. In regards to our application period and registration, that is also something we are currently working on. Aligning our processes. And as we transition from our current application portal to our Power School portal, we are trying to align those two processes and time periods. It does take some time, but we have already been having those conversations not only with our management system, but with our early years partners as well. So I appreciate you asking that question.
So if I can also just add to that, the French and the English registration for kindergarten, we, as part of what we had outlined to committee and board in the last few months, was that we know that there is a different date for each of those, and we are looking to have an alignment with them. We know that French comes first based on some of the challenges around actual guaranteed placement, whereas English does not have that particular expectation. But we are working with the early years folks in order to align those. So we will have further information around that as we move forward. But that is something that we want to be able to do, is provide French and English registration at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, just finally, I think the past 5 years, every time this has come forward, I've always pushed the idea that we need to do more I guess, education awareness for South Asian families specifically, that learning an additional language isn't going to minimize their ability to speak English for our young learners, and that at that age, kids can soak up multiple languages. The reason I share this is because I still get calls from parents who seem a bit hesitant about French immersion, but once I speak to them, they kind of are more open to the idea. So I feel like we need to do, and I don't know if this happens with childcare centers or other partners, but just really going in and doing a targeted approach where we meet with local communities and explain to them the benefits of learning an additional language at such a young age. Because I think when it comes from a system and when it comes from our staff expertise, I think it resonates more with communities. But I think that message is still something I'm hearing here that we need to have more of. So I just hope that's also part of our strategy going forward.
If I may just, and thank you through the chair to Trustee Rajikulasingam. Once again, over the years, we've had quite a few conversations, and I do appreciate that. It's about dispelling the myth about having to solidify your English language skills first or your literacy skills as they do transfer. We do, once again, meet quite often and provide all of those strategies and information to many of our partners, because we know that getting the information specifically to all of our partners, our educators, again, community support workers, settlement workers, anyone who is very close to the child itself, or any parent and family community caregiver, is the best way to dispel those myths. We are working those are our strategies to get as close to families as possible to dispel the myths about solidifying English language skills first before getting into French immersion programs. So I do appreciate that. Thanks.
And through the chair, my final question is, when we have, as folks progress through French immersion, another thing is lack of supports to support, their French skills. Is this something that we're considering when we're looking at underserved communities that are within the French immersion program? And that's my last question. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, are you asking for supports for families?
Supports for the student through the chair. I find that some find the program, when they're struggling in the program, the only choice they have is to drop out versus being supported so they progress through the program. There's kind of an idea that in order to be in the program, you have to be meeting the standard, but additional supports for the students, specifically to the underserved communities that are already underrepresented in this program.
So thank you. And through the chair, once again, it's about changing hearts and minds and the myths that are out there. There are supports for our students in French immersion. Often there are no different than the strategies that educators in the regular English program provide to the student in the classroom. There are interventions that can be applied in the French immersion classroom, and we do have additional supports in French immersion as well. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have Trustee Dawson next.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for this report. I have just a couple questions. So firstly, when you say overall French programs, are you looking at the schools that have French immersion within them, or are you actually extrapolating out the French immersion stream?
Thank you for that question. And through the chair, I'll ask Dr. Cameron to respond to that.
We're looking at the French immersion program, dual track programs that schools with in general with kids in either French immersion or extended French programs.
Okay, so just those programs, not the English programs.
Not core French, if that's what you're referencing, or?
No, I just mean, excuse me, are you separating out the French programs from the English stream? And it sounds like yes or no.
Yes. So you'll So when you look at when we look at like TDSB as a whole, we're counting them, and then we're isolating just folks that are students that are in the French immersion program. look at the disproportionate numbers or disparities in terms of participation.
Okay. Would we ever consider comparing overall French programs, not to overall TDSB, but to overall English programs within those French program schools? That makes
Like a dual track, like isolate for dual track, you mean, and then compare everybody? No, I mean, that's an interesting idea, Trustee Dawson, and we certainly could have a look at that as well.
Yeah, that's something that ICCAC has been asking for. And just my final question or request would be that we, at some point in time, work together to bring this back to the committee.
To the ICCAC?
Yes.
And through the chair, we're happy to do so. We just felt that it was also important based on the request came through board or committee. So we wanted to start with board or committee. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That makes full sense. Okay. Okay. Those are my questions, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart?
Yes, thanks so much for this. And I did want to ask to clarify that this is in response to the motion that came out of PSSC recently regarding French programs. Is that correct? I didn't see that specified in the report. If this report meets the PSSC motion that had come out a few months ago. So sorry, that would be my first question. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions, Trustee Earhart?
I do, but just wondering from staff if this report is in response to the motion that came out of PSSC a few months ago. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted to ask, I don't know if a motion is needed just to request that this be presented to ICCAC for their discussion. And just because there's very close ties to motions that they've brought forward to board around exploring these items as part of an LOI review. And so it would be lovely just to weave that thread through as that process has more typically gone to GPC, and just seeing the outcome of the motion, to me, it really weaves well with the discussions that have been underway at GPC. And so it would be helpful to kind of keep that thread going, in my view. Is it just a question, if appropriate, through the chair to staff? Is a motion needed for that, or is that possible to action without a motion?
Thank you. And through the chair, staff is happy to present to the CAC. All that's required is an invitation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. And just thanks to Trustee Rajagopalasingham for her questions. They've been ones on my mind as well. And I'll just say for input that the childcare questions continue in addition to requests around lining up the registration dates, which I'm so grateful to your staff are looking at and closely considering. Are questions around childcare and those serving as a barrier for those in particular who are not as connected to school communities that have access to the information on how specific schools and specific childcare centers within schools consider their wait lists. Despite being in a community with relatively high childcare access, the need is still very great and people wait for years in queues. And there is still a real lack of understanding among specific communities prior to entering JK as to whether or not there will be childcare access, and the additional uncertainty of not knowing which school you may be going to if for French programming presents an added stress. It's one of the more common constituent concerns that I receive, more typically from people who don't have established networks with the school community or the neighborhood, for what it's worth. And so thank you, Trustee Rajagopalasingham, for bringing that out, and I'll add my voice to that around the need for really close work, not just with the childcare partners, but with the public, with new community, new entrants to the TDSB system who don't understand how to access, how that access works. Now, just turning to the report, So Blake School, there have been frequent deputations and questions raised around Blake School in the context of LOI rankings and French immersion programs reports. So in terms of the issues brought forward here. And so I really read the report thinking about Blake School to see like, how does this resonate with what I see and experience and what I'm hearing from the school community. And I felt like I think it's a very helpful report. And so I do look forward to more discussion within my community about this report. And I hope I'll have staff support for that discussion. There was one line at the end of the report I wanted to bring out. The analysis of dual track elementary schools highlights the potential impact of French immersion programs on school demographics, emphasizing the importance of monitoring and addressing any disparities that may arise. And I think that's what I wanted to ask about, is what kind of monitoring is taking place around this dual track and addressing disparities that may arise. The dual track, I don't believe the LOI would necessarily capture that dual track if the highest income of an LOI of a postal code bracket is choosing to enter French, and perhaps the lowest income is choosing to remain in English. The LOI would not change, but certainly the experience of the school would change and would feel different. So what do we have to monitor that, and what actions can we take in those circumstances to ensure social cohesion within schools? And thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. The notion of social cohesion is always a challenge in most schools, especially when there are 2 or 3 vividly defined programs, because students tend to identify whether or not schools are associated. Certainly, I look at the secondary level and think about IB programs or cyber arts programs or French immersion strong or arts-based or athletic-based. We know that those are some of the realities of schools, and part of what the expectation is with respect to how principals build communities, because it's not about one program or 2 programs, it's actually about one school and one culture and one community, and part of our role and our responsibility is that sense of belonging for all students. And so principals work with our central staff, whether or not it's Angela or through other programs, in order to identify those types of challenges and figure out how we build those communities. I'll give you one really simple example, once again, more so at a secondary level, but I know it applies in elementary, is the process of leadership programming for students. One of the things that brought, I know that so many of the schools I worked at, was the notion of bringing all students to leadership programming, where they had opportunities in order to build and become a coherent group. And I think when principals and school leadership engage in activities that build one school as opposed to 1, 2, or 3 different programs, those are the way that we actually build that sense of cohesion that you're speaking of. And so the actual monitoring is not a quantitative monitoring, but it's more the qualitative expectation for principals to monitor the social environment of school communities and provide support to those who are needing, so that all students in our communities and schools feel the sense of belonging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that comment. I may get back on the list if okay, just to ask some follow-up questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. As the trustee that brought this motion forward, I thought it would be helpful to share a bit of comment. It is a little bit of a brain dump and a little bit of connect the dots, which is the way I tend to think. So thank you in advance for just bearing with me through some of the thoughts. But I wanted to just remind folks of the intention of the motion. I wanted to comment on some of the executive summary and also comment on socioeconomic status, which I really see emerging as a greater theme out of here and overall. So I just wanted to recognize right off the bat the value of French as a second language in and of itself, and for the pathways and everything that it can lead to. This really came from me from recognizing a lot of the longstanding anecdotal kind of concerns about the composition of French as a second language, looking at the inequities that are present in schools and neighborhoods, and then looking at the impacts of the LOI. At the time when we were developing the motion, there was also an article out from the Globe about how it was titled "How French Immersion Inadvertently Created Class and Cultural Divides in Schools in Canada." So what this motion was really looking for was just to generate data that would support ongoing evaluation of equity of access and to see where there is merit to that kind of assertion within our system. So I'm really, really happy to see that most racial groups are represented proportionately in French immersion. And I think it makes sense to me that where we see the lower representation, that there are gaps in access. Mr. Cameron spoke to that, and I think that makes a lot of sense. It'll be interesting to see what happens over time with this. I'd also be interested to just see the difference in the early French immersion and the middle French immersion, a difference there with underserved communities. When I think about some of the language, maybe language challenges or just some of the perceptions that we heard from Trustee Rajakulasingam, I'm just curious to know whether or not that might change if people have some time in the primary system and then look at making that move in grade 4 rather than JK. So that's just a thought. We did see in here the confirmation of overrepresentation of white students and high-income households. And I think that we would probably see differently if we looked ward to ward. Like, we looked at an aggregate across the system here, but if I think about my ward, I know that there's a very high demand for French. Out of the 16 elementary schools that I have, half of them are dual track. And my schools represent anywhere from, the high hundreds right up to the high 400s in LOI. So I do see that demand from parents who I think are, rightfully wanting good student-focused reasons for being there. But I think that there are also families that are choosing French because there is a perception of it being some kind of elite program or some kind of differentiated kind of program. And it does drive that second-class citizen kind of notion that we see play out. And that is what I'm really concerned about. Again, it might not be system-wide, but I think this allows us to take a closer look ward-wide. I can see that I'm going to run out of time, so I might come back to this. There are other things that we deal with in our wards. So when I think about bias-related bullying, when I think about some of the parent and staff dynamics, when I think about the kind of harassment that admins that have non-dominant identities are going through, I connect these things to that second-class citizen kind of phenomenon, the need for more social cohesion. Thank you for that phrase. So part of getting at this information was also starting to look at how this informs and how it connects with some of the other challenges that I know that we're dealing with. I just wanted to say too I'm going to have to come back to the LOI. I'll put myself back on. But absolutely part of the intention was that this would start creating some data for conversation with the ICAC as well, because I know it's very connected to the work that they're doing and their interests as well. I'll come back on to talk a little bit more.
Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee Shishka Insharaja.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you first to staff for writing this report. This is not surprising or any new data. This is data that we have worked with, I think, since I got here, when we were making decisions around cuts to French transportation and our arguments. Not to rehash those here, but that we knew where the French programs were lacking. So I want to start by thanking all my colleagues at the current board and those last term who really put this on the map, if you will, or added to the map. It was not, when I joined, it wasn't really a conversation. The conversation wasn't, the French review was underway, but the conversation really wasn't about expanding it in a way that adheres to principles of equity. So I think the board, it's heartening to see the board have this conversation in this way now, because I do think it's a big change from how we discussed this 6 years ago. So I just appreciate staff and appreciate all my colleagues who worked really, really hard on this front. And you know, in terms of the LOI ranking, again, I think from where I'm sitting in the city, this is not surprising either. This is a conversation we have all the time. Where we're located, that when gentrification happens in parts of cities, poverty also deepens in other parts. And I think, you know, I urge our communities to really, I know sometimes we get really hyper focused on our local school, and it's really hard in a city as big as ours, but really try to kind of step back and see how the rest of the city is doing. And I think that's really difficult when you have a very limited scope of what your experiences are. And so, you know, the rank, I think this is really helpful because I think it demystified a lot of ideas that people have had about French immersion and the LOI. I often have the opposite issue when French immersion comes to a school. You know, parents rather keep their kids in their English program than send them off to French because, you know, they might have certain ideas and, you know, ill preconceived notions of what that school has. So I think there's a lot of intricacies that plays out in other parts of the school, the city. So my question, just to kind of piggyback on the themes that Trustee Rajakulsingam was discussing, I think something that I struggle with when it comes to French immersion and the South Asian community is the lack of information that parents have. So the question I want to ask is, one of the misconceptions that I always hear about, and maybe it's not a misconception, I actually want to ask staff this. There is this sense amongst parents that if their child goes into French immersion, that they're somehow not going to do well in the STEMs or the maths. So do we have data around that, how French immersion kids compare to English stream kids when it comes to the STEM subject?
Thank you.
So thank you for the question. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cameron. I'm not sure if he's actually going to have data at this point in time, but I'll send it to Dr. Cameron initially. Thank you.
Thanks through the chair, and thanks for the question. Yeah, I don't have data in front of me. It wouldn't be hard to look at that data. I suspect that I strongly suspect that we wouldn't see a difference in STEM achievement. I think would be in line with the board in relation to that, and especially in relation to populations. Where we're seeing real problems with STEM achievement is grades 4 into grades 9 with racialized students, especially. They are students that are there's disparities in achievement in terms of reaching level 3-4s in report card information around science and mathematics that has real effects in terms of later participation in grade 11 and 12 with the university level course participation in the sciences and mathematics. That's a real issue for the board in relation to equity. I think if we saw French immersion, we wouldn't see that in the elementary school program, but I'm certainly happy to have a closer look and circle back to you.
Thank you. That would be much appreciated. Through you, staff, the other thing I would like to ask is, how does EQAO work with the French immersion students? Do they take their exams? I assume that they do. And how do they score compared to their English stream counterparts?
Through the chair, and thank you for that question. Our students fare quite well in EQAO compared to their counterparts in English in measures of EQAO, both grade 3 and grade 6.
Thank you. Through you, through you, Madam Chair. Even when we control for income?
Through the chair, I would not have that data.
Okay, Madam Chair. Sorry, I can't see the screen. And we've had too many budget meetings. Mr. Cameron, would you be able to answer that question?
We'd have to do an analysis of that, but it's worth looking at. 21% of the students in the French immersion program are coming from the lowest 30% in terms of low income estimated family incomes and postal code information. There is a strong, as we've talked about before with the LOI, there's a very strong association between socioeconomics and achievement in general. So isolating for a French immersion effect is what you're looking for, which is a really interesting question in terms of what is the effect of a French immersion program versus English mainstream program in relation? Can we isolate that in terms of explaining variance in student outcome and student achievement? It's a complicated analysis. It's more complicated in terms of isolating it, but it's certainly worth looking at, and happy to circle back with that as well if you're interested in looking for effect sizes for these different programs in terms of achievement.
Yes, I would very much appreciate that. And even if it's something that can't be done board-wide, if we could focus on sort of the lower LOI schools, if that makes your job easier to see how that control is. It's fascinating. I can have, I have theories, but I would really like the data to pick it up. Okay, so I think having that information would be real helpful, especially when it comes to South Asian parents choosing French, because I think the STEM is something that really drives them, and that's been a major concern, apart from the English language proficiency concern that Trustee Rajakulasingam brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shishkanjaraja. Next, Trustee Rajwani.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just picking up on this conversation about some of the barriers with South Asian families. And anecdotally, at least in my ward, I often hear the fear of the actual families worried that they won't be able to support their children with their homework if it's in French. And so I just want to understand holistically how many students come from French-speaking households, and those that don't, what type of supports do they need? And what the outcome I'm looking for is what kind of key messages can I share within the community to help alleviate that barrier that they don't need to come from French-speaking households to support their kids on their French journey. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for that question to Trustee Rajwani. The programs in an English language board, the French immersion program, is actually made for students whose language is not French. It's very, very minimal, the number of students who come from Francophone backgrounds. We often get that question asked when we are presenting to families, especially when we have our application periods. That is one of the main questions that we get. How do we support our students if we don't know the language of instruction? And often we say, just like any other parent, we ask for you to provide a very supportive environment at home and read in the language, your home language. As we say often, it's very important to demonstrate to your children at home that reading in your home language is the most important thing that you can do, and providing an environment at home that is just supportive to your child and asking them that if they have homework. If they are struggling with any homework, the job of any caregiver or family member is just to inform the educator at school that my child is not able to do the homework and just follow up with the educator. But that is truly the nature of how to support your child. And then just ask if there are any resources and how the educator can support the child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rajwani, was that the end of your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to the second round of questions. Trustee Rajakulasingam.
Thank you through the chair. In my last round of questions, I was asking about supports that were in place for those that were struggling. I just wanted to expand on why that question came up. So I'm thinking of when COVID happened and we switched to virtual and in-person learning. And 50% of my ward was choosing to learn virtually. And we know that there was no French option for families that were learning virtually. They were told that their spot in the French program would be held until they chose to return to in-person learning. So I'm thinking of students that maybe for 2 years were not part of the French program because they were learning virtually. And then they decided to attend school in person, and how that transition back has been for them. So I'm really grateful for the information that was presented today, but I'm wondering if we could get a breakdown either by maybe K to 6 and 8 to 12, or even in smaller chunks, to see how the impact of COVID has been on these communities. Because I'm also reflecting on the fact that virtual schools and in person, we had the demographic data from the pandemic that also showed us that it was racialized families, low income families, families with, I think, less families with parents or caregivers that had university degrees that were attending virtual learning. So I feel like all those things may impact our current cohort of French learners. So I'm wondering if we can get a breakdown of students that are maybe entering the system and leaving the French programming to better understand how, like, it's great that we have this snapshot, but I'm trying to understand if the number of students entering the system and that overrepresentation and underrepresentation of certain groups is being maintained throughout, or maybe those groups are just dropping out continuously at the same time. Through the chair.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Dr. Cameron to speak to that. I'm not aware that we have that particular data set at this point in time, nor I'm not sure if we collect that data set, but I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cameron at this point in time.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Thanks for the question. So just for clarification, you're interested in looking at the students that were in a French immersion program, the pandemic hit, they no longer had French immersion, so they went into a mainstream virtual experience for a couple of years, year and a half, whatnot. Then they went back into school. What happened to them? And what were their outcomes? Do I have it right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, we can, I haven't done that, but we can pursue that.
So yeah, staff will have to take that back. Thank you.
Through the chair, that was my first part of the question. And my second was, if it can become a practice of ours to kind of monitor the students that are entering, who they are, and also the students that are dropping out and which demographic those are, because I think those numbers also tell us something. If we're seeing an underrepresentation of certain groups, then I feel, at least in my head, I keep thinking that maybe it's those same groups that are also dropping out of the program because, again, they don't have the supports at home. Maybe, families may prefer that they go into STEM programs and focus on that, like those types of myths that may be happening. Because I remember when we were discussing virtual learning and we said there would be no French option because there weren't enough French teachers. And I kept asking, what's the impact going to be? And at the time, we were reassured that these students would be supported once they were, once they rejoined French programming. So I'm just curious to see, are those kids still with us? Are they still continuing? And how has it been? Because that's at least 2 years of learning loss. And I think that really puts them back a few years. So it'd be great to know about where those students are. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I heard staff is taking that back.
Thank you, and through the chair, we will take that back. I think part of what we are also realizing, and as a system, the TDSB and also the province, the cohort of students that went through the pandemic and the learning loss, whether or not there was learning loss, what were the challenges and how were we addressing some of those particular concerns, I think has been an ongoing research, certainly at the provincial level, and it's something we will definitely take back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies through the chair. I just wanted to finally add that I agree that all students were impacted by the pandemic, but I think also us remembering how many students decided to continue in virtual learning and how many students returned to in-person learning. So within our system of the TDSB, we have 2 different groups of students that are on different paths, and where those students that were learning online, the demographic of those kids are extremely important because they also make up underserved students. So that's why I think we really need to pay a closer attention to those kids and how that impact has been. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next we have Trustee Earhart.
Thank you, and a thank you to Trustee Frederick-Lissingham for bringing us back to those learners. I was a parent of a child that entered an SK French immersion program through the pandemic, through virtual learning. That was their first exposure to French. And so I did witness a year of that class firsthand. And I think as has been said, every grade experience is different, but it is very important. Those learners are currently making the decision around grade 4 French entry. It will be very interesting to see how many withdrew after the first year of that SK experience because we didn't have the JK entry point at that point, and how many are deciding to go back in for a grade 4 entry of that phase, just as one other point, because that is, I'm one of those parents at this moment contemplating those options. I am going to get back to questioning around social cohesion, however, because this is an important issue for the community that I represent. Again, back to Blake School, but also the 5 schools that were looked at in this report, because I do worry that this report is telling them that what they are seeing and experiencing is not legitimate and may not be being heard by the TDSB. And it may be that the report says that LOI is not a factor, but it's hard not to go to Blake School by way of example and not perceive a dual track taking place. And so I'm very interested in better understanding, is there any analysis of dual track elementary schools taking place within the TDSB, or if any of that is being made public, just because otherwise I feel like we're negating an experience that is very apparent to some school communities. And so just wondering what kind of work is being done in that to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you, and Steph.
So thank you for that particular question. We in no way or shape want to suggest the lived experiences of our students are not what has been outlined here, and I think that that's an important piece. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I think part of it, when it comes to dual track, we certainly know that that within schools, as different populations increase, say the French population increases and the English decreases, at times there is a tension point that exists within school communities. And I think part of that, and I'm going to have to go back to the notion of how we build school cultures, how we build school sense of cohesion, and how we make students feel like they belong. That has to be our first priority in relation also to academic achievement. But we do not currently have research around that. But that is an expectation around principal leadership and staff morale within a building. We definitely know what happens. There's no doubt. Really appreciate you bringing it forward. We need to continue engaging with principals and administrative teams around this particular issue, but not just simply about French immersion, because I can actually make this argument around of other programming, gifted programming, IB programming. There's a myriad of times when I know that school communities feel disjointed, and that role of bringing students, staff, parents, and community together has to be part of the role of the leaders within that building, and that's one of the things that we are committed to doing. That being said, we know that it doesn't always work like that in every single school. And that's something that we have to continue to work on, because when we walk into different school communities, and it's very simple, you know at times the schools where students feel that they belong, that they're accepted, that this is their home, this is the place that they want to be from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. We know those particular, but what we want to get to is where all schools feel that way, and we need to continue to work on that in a variety of ways. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do I do acknowledge we all play a role for this, myself included, in terms of how we all foster parent community, school community, elected officials, staff, the ministry, and how we foster this. I do think that for those 5 schools, it's important to closely consider how their reality is being reflected in the work underway and in the context of resource constraints. And so with the loss of the model school funding, but also the losses taking place writ large in our system, they're experiencing those double whammies. And so the narrative that exists in those schools matters. It matters for social cohesion during the school day. It matters for broader social cohesion in our communities. And I fully agree this is not just related to French programming, but French programming, by how we are designing it, is one of the areas where we can envision this impact. Certainly not the only program, but because it's the topic tonight, it's the one I wish to focus on. And so I am hopeful that we have resourcing where possible, but systems of support in place for our school leaders and our school communities to facilitate these challenges. I'm not hearing like a pedagogy for that or any kind of metric, right? So LOI is the metric that we have and use for one suite of problems, but this is another problem, and I don't see us having anything in place that we can publicly present, or that we can, as trustees, really take hold of to grasp with this challenge. And I believe it's a growing challenge based on the model of how we are putting programming forward and some of the demographic shifts that are taking place in the city. So I do want to put that forward for consideration of staff. And thank you for your time. I know we'll continue this discussion.
Thank you so much, Trustee Hart. I really do appreciate you bringing this particular issue and concern to light. I'm going to ask Dr. Cameron to speak to one methodology as far as how we may get some feedback from our communities on this. Dr. Cameron?
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Thanks, Trustee Hart, for the concern. Yeah, the LOI metric is the wrong one. We do have a metric, though. It's perception information from our student census. We have a really strong representation across our schools, Blake included. I've just been looking at Blake as you've been speaking around things like relationships, peer relationships, enjoyment in school, safety, teacher supports, inclusion, identity, representativeness. So there's all of these metrics are widely available. You have these available in an analytical query tool at your ward level. And the school principal has this, and they're drawing on this hopefully, and these would be measures that would be a combined measure between dual track. So it'd be French immersion and mainstream English kids together. We wouldn't have it isolated saying, show me the French immersion kids, show me the mainstream English language learning kids, or students, but you would be able to, we would be able to do comparisons and things like that, in relation to single track schooling and so on. I think there's so these metrics are really important because they're student specific, and their perception information. They are statistics, but they're statistics drawn on the kind of the social and cultural practices of the building itself, and it's associated with their well-being goals as well. And so that information is where I would point you in relation to how do we understand social cohesion? How do we understand this notion of belonging and identity? The other place that it's really important is in learning skills, where you can see things like collaboration, resilience, goal setting. Not that those are actually measuring the ability of those students to do those things. They're more of a measure of how, again, the social cultural practices of schooling in the classroom in relation to the teacher-student relationship for learning skills, they're actually more powerful than EQAO. They have a more of an influence than EQAO on post-secondary school access. So perception information is a very strong indicator for the stuff you're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart and Trustee King.
Thank you, through your chair. Just wanted to finish my thought on household income and demand for French as a second language. So the report shows that there is a higher percentage of high income households in French immersion now versus in 2020. And I think just the concern that I'm interested in watching is, I think as we deal with the budget concerns that we have, fewer resources available overall, I'm concerned about potentially parents increasingly seeing French as a better option to the English stream. So I think that just given the economic realities that we are in, given the budget challenges that we have, resource challenges, that's something I would like to know that we are attuned to. And I think that as we monitor and address these trends, I think it's really important that these insights are brought to the planning table. I think when we're looking at, our program reviews, our local studies, but even as we're looking at, just organization and timetabling, I'm sorry if I don't have the right term, but as we look at how classes will be organized for the following year, these kinds of considerations, I believe, need to be more at the forefront of that kind of planning. So I'm hoping that by generating this, we're creating a way for everybody to be using that information in a way that's really supportive to those goals. The last thing I'd wanted to just talk about the LOI and the model schools, and I think this is going to pick up from where Trustee Earhart was. I'm having a challenge with this part of the report where we've stated that the changes are not just due to French, but due to gentrification. But we're seeing that our French has an overrepresentation of high-income households, and gentrification means wealthier families are moving in. So I'm having a hard time reconciling that the change in LOI is just a relative to greater needs growing in other areas. I think that there's still a skewing that's happening that I feel like we're not quite capturing. Because if I just think on a really practical level, if I think of Parkdale and some of what's happening there, if we have wealthier neighbors that come in, if we have another espresso bar shop that opens up, if we have the golf simulator place that arrives on King Street, none of these things change the situation for the lower income or the underserved families. The fact that these coffee shops and other places have come in doesn't change anything for people who are food insecure, who are underemployed, or who are relying on school-based supports. So I might have to spend more time with the numbers. There might be more conversation to have, but I'm just not fully accepting that this isn't more of a component than we're saying it is. And just generally, I'll end off saying, socioeconomic status, I think, is coming up now as we talk about many programs, as we talk about alternative schools, as we talk about central student interest, as we talk about model schools. So I think the big thing that came out of here for me is just that I think this is a very strong indicator that we need to be looking at more consistently in all of our kind of evaluation. I don't actually have a question. That's a lot of thoughts. And I think that might be the end of the speaker list.
The end of the speakers list.
Okay, so I'm happy to move receipt.
So, Trustee King, I forgot to text Denise. Can you text Denise to come?
I'm here,
Okay,
Madam
wonderful.
Chair. Who's the seconder, please?
Denise, you're there taking care of us even when we don't.
Yes.
So, Trustee King has moved for receipt of this report. Do I have a seconder?
Chernos Lynn.
Trustee Chernos Lynn. And are all in favor? Are we going to eScribe?
Yes, I believe it's opening at eScribe now.
Is open.
Chernos Lynn in favor, please.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Shan in favor.
Thank you.
King in favor.
Thank you. Do we have everyone? Trustee Goes.
missing.
Trustee Goes.
Please.
Trustee Goes, are you there? Okay, and that carries. Thank you, and I just want to express, thanks to Associate Director Salmon, our centrally assigned principal, Angela Kakamo. Thank you. And the wonderful Dr. David Cameron. Thank you. So we're moving on in the agenda. The last but not least staff report, our Science and Technology, STEM and Robotics, the 2022-2024 annual report.
Dare we say that we saved the best for last, Chair? We wouldn't say that. That would be very mean to Associate Director Salmon, so I wouldn't do that. And to Angela. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you this evening. We are very excited, and we know that you are going to be too, because we have an activity for those trustees who are in person and trustees who are online. You are going to be very jealous in about 15 minutes. We are very pleased to be going over the Science and Technology, STEM and Robotics annual report this evening, and it is my sincere pleasure to be introducing Murphy Sallow, our centrally assigned principal, who will in turn introduce our team members. Over to you, Murphy.
Thank you, Associate Director Sarisco. We also have a slide deck that I'm just going to ask to be put up, and I'll be speaking to this report with Coordinator Ireland, and also the activity will be with the support of Acting Supervisor Shimmerman. Next slide, please. So thank you, trustees. I am very pleased to present the Science and Technology, STEM and Robotics update for this year for receipt. Our department remains dedicated to supporting schools and cultivating essential skills outlined in the Ontario Science and Technology curriculum, emphasizing scientific inquiry, engineering, and critical thinking. Through professional learning opportunities and culturally responsive pedagogical principles, we continue to provide robust STEM support, safety training, and robotics programs. The Science Resource Centers also play a pivotal role, offering enriching learning opportunities district-wide. Our update will delve into key areas, including the TDSB Science Resource Centers, bringing STEM to life, robotics subsidies, and more. These initiatives align with the TDSB's multi-year strategic plan and are advancing our collective efforts towards its identified goals and actions. Next slide, please. And I will pass it on to Coordinator Ireland.
Thank you. This year, the TDSB Science and Technology Resource Center continued its support for STEM education across the district through its diverse range of hands-on STEM curriculum resource kits, including hand tools, building materials, robotics kits, and scientific equipment. The center ensures equitable access to essential resources for kindergarten to grade 10 students. As of March 1st, 2024, the center had already loaned out 1,679 STEM resource kits, with plans to nearly double this number by June 2024. A significant initiative underway involves updating the kits to align with the latest science and technology curriculum, ensuring their relevance and effectiveness in supporting current educational standards. Feedback from teachers has been overwhelmingly positive. The reports of heightened student engagement and improved curriculum delivery facilitated by the hands-on activities and unique materials provided in the resource kits. Over to you, centrally assigned Principal Salo.
Thank you. This year, the Canadian Space Resource Centre continued to enhance science education. We call it the CSRC for short, and they provided immersive experiences in the solar system through our portable digital Star Lab. As of March 1st, the CSRC has conducted 227 in-person presentations and 17 virtual presentations, with projections to reach 13,175 students by the end of the school year. Feedback from participants has been overwhelmingly positive, highlighting the captivating nature of the presentations and their effectiveness in sparking student interest in space science. Notably, this year's initiatives included making presentations available to grade 6 and 9 classes in schools identified by the Learning Opportunities Index, emphasizing our commitment to equitable access to quality science education across the district. The CSRC remains open for bookings and continuing to serve as a resource for TDSB schools. Next slide, please, and I'll pass it on to Coordinator Ireland.
This year, the Bringing STEM to Life initiative continued to thrive through our partnership with the Kindergarten to Industry Institute at York University's Lassonde School of Engineering. Through this collaboration, over 50 schools were able to participate in various components of the program, making significant strides in enhancing STEM education across the board. The in-school program empowered educators with training and provided electronic equipment kits to facilitate hands-on STEM learning experiences for students in underserved areas. Feedback highlighted notable improvements in teachers' STEM competencies and increased student engagement, particularly in coding and using microbits. The work integrated learning experience offered students valuable opportunities to work in research laboratories, earning academic credits and gaining practical skills alongside an honorarium. This summer, 64 students from 29 schools participated, achieving remarkable course averages and completion rates, while fostering pathways for underrepresented groups in STEM. Additionally, the Path to STEM for Black Youth, a new initiative, introduced over 375 students to immersive STEM experiences, enriching their academic and career pathways while inspiring educators to integrate STEM concepts into their classrooms. Overall, bringing STEM to life continued to make impactful strides in promoting STEM education and fostering diversity and inclusion within the STEM field. Over to you, centrally assigned Principal Sallow.
Thank you. This year, the robotics subsidies continued to support the integration of robotics into elementary and secondary classrooms across the TDSB, with a particular focus on underserved communities. The department provided subsidies to over 80 schools, enabling thousands of students to engage in hands-on STEM learning experiences. New additions to the subsidies included robot classroom packs and professional learning days to support effective classroom implementation. Feedback highlighted significant improvements in teachers' coding skills and increased student participation in collaborative projects, such as building robots and electronic circuits. Additionally, 20 teachers underwent robotics training to serve as lead teachers and mentors for their colleagues. This initiative received praise for its impact on technological proficiency and student engagement, fostering essential learning skills like collaboration and responsibility. Notably, 2 schools even launched their own internal TDSB robotics competitions, promoting interschool collaboration and further enriching STEM education within the district. Next slide, please, and I'll pass it on to Coordinator Ireland.
Thank you. This year, the TDSB's commitment to professional learning in science and technology, STEM, and robotics education remained robust, offering a diverse array of opportunities for educators across the district. From specialized science safety courses to job-embedded learning experiences in coding and robotics, teachers benefited from a wide range of professional development sessions and webinars. Additionally, collaborative projects with various departments expanded learning horizons, covering topics like assistive technology, outdoor education, and Indigenous STEAM MD initiatives. The annual Eureka Conference, held in collaboration with the Mathematics Department, provided a platform for over 275 grades 7 to 10 teachers to explore interdisciplinary approaches to STEM education. Feedback from attendees was overwhelmingly positive, highlighting the conference's success in inspiring educators to integrate inquiry-based learning experiences into their classrooms. Overall, professional learning initiatives continued to empower teachers with the knowledge and resources needed to deliver rich and profound learning opportunities for their students. Back to you, centrally assigned Principal Sallow.
Thank you. So in summary, the TDSB Science and Technology STEM and Robotics Department continues to champion STEM education through these initiatives. We are empowering both educators and students across communities, and our science resource centers remain vital resources for learning, ensuring equitable access to hands-on STEM resources. As we forge ahead, our focus remains on cultivating a generation of critical thinkers, creative problem solvers, and globally responsible citizens. Thank you for your attention and dedication to advancing STEM education in our schools. Now, prior to taking questions, tonight we have a special treat. We have brought one of our science and technology resource kits to do a very short inquiry activity, hands-on, for you to try. And as you heard previously, our kits provide rich hands-on learning opportunities for students that foster curiosity, wonder, and critical thinking, and inspire creative problem solving, and that helps us further student inquiry. So I'm going to pass it on to Coordinator Ireland to speak to what your activity is going to be, while Supervisor Shimmerman is passing around some materials.
So this here is one of our science kits. They come in this large gray crate. They do have a number of materials. So they do come with print materials. They do come with consumables and also materials that do get returned back to the kit center. This kit in particular has a number of outdoor activity materials, so shovels, specimen collection jars, as well as things like soil and pots to plant them in and seeds. So there's a number of activities inside, and the activity that you're going to do tonight is also included in this kit. This happens to be the grade 4 Habitats and Communities kit, but any teacher is able to book any grade level kit and use the activities as they see fit in their classroom. So it doesn't have to be used for grade 4s, but that was what the expectations that the kit was designed for. So you have a small mini kit. The first thing I'll get you to do is take out the folder. The folder has the instructions in it, but you can also use it as a placemat. So you can put it down on your table. The instructions say owl pellet activity on them. This is just a small excerpt from the activity, so we didn't bring the full activity tonight. We've made a shortened activity for you. So you can put the instructions aside. There is a little bone chart, so you can put that aside to take a look at it and follow the instructions along. I see some of you have already put on your gloves, so you can do that.
Trustee Dawson's expression is very comical.
I'm super excited about it.
Just for the trustees, just to clarify, owl pellets are regurgitated from the mouth. We are not dealing with the pellet, it's not coming out of another part of the owl, and they are sanitized before they're put in the kit from the distributor.
As you can see from the instruction sheet, at the top are all of the expectations from the grade 4 only curriculum on one side of it that apply to this activity. And these are just the ones that are directly connected. So you can see that one activity can lead to a number of curriculum expectations. On the other side, you'll see the background information, which is what part of what centrally assigned Principal Salo just told you, that owls are not able to digest bones and fur. And so after they have eaten, then the bones and fur are regurgitated. So she's right, this is not feces or scat, but this is a regurgitated regurgitation of the indigestible parts.
This is so fun. I'm sorry, but the bone.
Yes, yeah. So these are from an owl. The pellet is the little silver ball. The tray is for you to break it apart in. So yes, once you have your gloves on, you can just open the tin foil, and then you can gently break the pellet apart. There are some toothpicks in your little baggie, so you can use them to, if you're a little bit squeamish, or if you want to use them as like a probe, you can use them to help you separate the fur and find the bones inside. There's also a hand lens in your kit so that you can take a look at the bones and see if you can figure out what kind of animal the owl has digested.
I've got 10 birds in here.
It's so interesting. Students will start counting the bones and say, I have 50 bones, so it must have eaten 50 animals. But I want you to think, is it the number of bones that tell you the number of different animals that it ate?
Okay, I say how many skulls I find.
Yeah, so you have to find one unique bone or know the number of those bones in order to determine, and the skull is a really excellent tool to use. So the number of different skulls would be the number of individual animals it ate.
I have a bird head skull.
God, this is so gross.
And then you can also compare to the chart. So you can try to figure out if the owl ate a rodent or a bird based on the shape.
Would this not want you to become a scientist, a CSI investigator?
Pretty much.
What do you think, Trustee Hastings?
That's the jaw. Oh my God.
You found a bone?
The TDSB does not harvest them, but we purchase them.
There are scientific material vendors that we can purchase these from. And then also the questions that teachers can do, which are part of the broader activity. And we've given you a couple of reflection questions on the sheet, is asking students questions such as if an owl tends to regurgitate 2 pellets a day, how much does an owl need to eat based on what you're finding in 1 pellet or 2 pellets. We can have them think about questions around the habitat that the owl lives in based on how they identify what animals are with, what bones, are they rodents versus birds? And then start to have students think about things like what happens in a community if barn owl populations become extinct. And so they might start to think about an increase in rodent population, and then also thinking about things like how using pesticides in gardens or farm fields might affect the owls who are eating the rodents. So there's lots of different reflection questions that the teacher can then include in the lesson, as well as the actual hands-on component.
I have 2 full skulls. You've got 1.
You got 2?
The next time you see an owl or hear an owl, think how busy they've been. 2 pellets a day?
And what might happen if our owl population declines significantly? Yeah, and how can we help bring owls back to the city?
Trustee Williams, is this not the coolest thing you've done all day today?
Listen, this is so fabulous. I can imagine myself in grade 4. I'd be like wow. Yeah.
There are also a lot of other connections. So not only can they teachers do science, but you could also start tallying up the number of bones, calculating the number of rodents that are eaten per year, looking at ratios, graphing the number of bones. So there are a lot of connections to mathematics as well. You could do surveys of where we find owls. We could look at the green areas of the city versus the concrete areas. There are so many ways that you could jump off from this one simple activity and cover many, many more expectations. A lot of teachers often pair this with a book called Owls in the Family, and they do a whole novel study as well. So science can also lead into all the other areas of the curriculum.
Let me see with your owl pellet.
Someone got a bird.
Oh, look at
that. Based on it. You got rodents. Usually the teeth.
Yeah, I think I've got a rodent. So this is so fabulous. The experiential learning aspect of it. I think it's a rodent.
I got 2 of them. You've been very gentle with yours. Really? Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, very gentle.
But I did find
You using the toothpicks only?
no, I used my
Okay.
hand after. I did find a skull and a couple legs. Okay.
Should have took a picture. Oh, I had my gloves on. Yes. So just a little bit of just a little bit of narrative for the benefit of those watching online, if you're still with us. This, this demonstration of what our students experience in such an experiential learning exercise. You can hear the buzz and excitement around the room as trustees participate. Oh, thank you.
Trustee Williams, I did warn the trustees who have dialed in this evening that they would be jealous, and I am very certain that they wish that they were massaging owl pellets right now.
So I just want to express like a deep gratitude for staff for letting us experience this, like getting a hands-on feel of what our students experience in the classroom and just the methodology of it, the kit and, all of the gloves, and it's very scientific, I have to say.
You're very welcome, and Trustee Williams, at any time, staff would be very pleased to answer any questions.
Wonderful. So we do have one person on the speakers list. If we can get everyone to settle down, I'm sure that's what the teachers say when the class is buzzing with excitement.
Munchu, do you want a kit? Sorry, Trustee Williams.
And Trustee Earhart, you had a question.
He could take mine.
Yeah, can you give Munchu?
And then Trustee Hastings. Trustee Earhart, go ahead.
Thanks, I'm online. I'm sorry to spoil the fun. I just wanted to thank staff for the report. I am very jealous that I'm not there, but it's experiential learning that sparked my curiosity at a young age that led me into STEM. And it's so wonderful to see these offerings and how they're being prioritized. I just think it's so important. The areas of exploration, you don't know what you can do if you don't even know it exists. And so I think it's so wonderful that our schools are offering those kinds of opportunities to allow all students to think of the possibilities in STEM. And so I just think it's wonderful. I want to say a sincere thank you. I want to hear so much more. I want to know how we choose our partners. I want to hear how we can expand school offerings. There's so much I want to hear. But I do want to see if largely if there were more resources or more opportunities, what more could we do? And just thank you very much again, and take care.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Hastings.
There you go. I'm busy scratching and scraping, and believe it or not, 10 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten me to touch this stuff. Like, no way. But anyway, questions through the chair to our wonderful visitors. Sorry, I don't know all your names. What is it? Because I went to one of our STEM schools out in North Etobicoke, and they actually built a robot. And it finished, I think, 14th. And then going, oh my goodness, what is it that I can do for my students as far as giving them tools? Yeah, you heard it. And your answer is?
Yes, to staff.
To staff, yes.
Thank you, Murphy. I'll invite you to answer the question from Trustee Hastings. What can we do to have students access tools?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Hastings, and through the chair. We have various as we highlighted in the presentation tonight, there are various ways that we do support schools across the system in terms of accessing tools. So one of those is accessing our Science and Technology Resource Center, which is really a large warehouse space that has, the teachers can go to the website. If you look at the landing page on Library and Learning Resources and click on the Resource Center, you can order. We have many, many different kinds of robotics kits, tool kits, artificial skeletons, all sorts of things that are within that particular center. So it's a way that we can allow all of our students to access hands-on STEM. So it's something that can be borrowed. It doesn't even need to be something that the school has within the building, is one way that we do that. I know that we have a lot of kits, and we could potentially have the capacity to send out more kits as well. So we do have a lot of materials there. We also do have, we do also provide subsidies for supporting the robotics as well in the school. But again, the number of subsidies that we can provide is really based on what we can afford in terms of our budgets within the system. But as we know, that is something that's a challenge for the board at the time, but perhaps for something to think about in the future. We also do provide lots of professional learning. We do provide lots of links to resources. We have also our other resource center with the portable Star Lab that students can have an experiential experience with. We really try to, and we partner with so many different departments to try to find ways that we can provide those hands-on STEM activities, because I think they're really important in terms of students realizing how engaging and exciting STEM learning can be. So I'm hopefully I've answered your question.
Not quite.
Thank
Do you, Madam Chair? I'm talking about your older students. I'm talking about kids that are into robotics and not this stuff. Because for my day-to-day business, I come across tools, little tools, big tools. Well, not that big, but they are little tools. And is there any way that I can give them to you so that you can give them to my kids? Uh-oh.
Sorry, Trustee Hastings, your mic, you're far from your mic. Is there any way that we can give access to your
not
older
we,
students?
Me.
If you,
There's no we. I give you the tools, you give them to the kids.
to donate to?
So maybe I can repeat the question. I think what Trustee Hastings is saying, that he has available tools.
Oh.
And it sounds like he's wanting to donate them. And how does that work? Is that correct?
That's close enough.
That's close.
I actually
So
go out and I buy things. I see things, like, oh, gee, I like that. So I buy a whole bunch of this or a whole bunch of that.
I see.
Yes. And when I was in the other board, we would give away something because we were dealing with kids.
I see.
Give away bicycles, but I don't see anybody up here that needs or wants bicycles, but they do want tools.
okay, I think staff, I believe they understand the question.
Any on that?
Much. And through you, Chair. Donations are a bit of a tricky thing, and if I could take that question away and get back to Trustee Hastings and just
Sounds
expression of
good.
gratitude for his kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Hastings, for those questions. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
you're welcome. So our next speaker is Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. Once again, I am totally blown away by you guys. I loved reading this report, and this just takes the cake. I wondered, oh, and I also wanted to say that I actually did hear from a couple of parents who heard from their kids who had gone to the mobile planetarium and thought it was just awesome, and the concept itself is amazing. I wondered a couple of things. How much are the robotic subsidies, and how many of them do we provide?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. On average, we provide about 75 to 80 subsidies a year. It's through application. They're both elementary and secondary. And we look at two different kinds of subsidies. One is for competitive robotics, but we're really focusing a lot on classroom robotics because we're really looking at how we can support robotics during the school day in the classroom with as many students as possible. So that's a real focus of what we do. The robotics subsidies, if a school has a plan in terms of what they want to do, there can be about 2,500 on average. But we also, this year, also provided some options around some release for some teachers who were doing some professional learning who maybe received robotics in a previous year, or the teacher who received them has moved to a different school, and a school has equipment and they weren't quite sure how to use it. So this year we revised, I guess, the process to provide some different options. And so in some cases, we also got feedback where some schools in previous years, when they received the funds, they weren't quite sure what to purchase. So another option we provided this year was a sort of a bundled pack of robots that would go to the school, and sometimes with and without professional learning. So we really tried to think about our experiences in previous years around using the subsidy and wanted to make sure that we revised it based on feedback and in ways that would really support both teacher and student learning.
Excellent. How does a teacher access a kit?
Well, we have a wonderfully revised website that Supervisor Shimmerman has updated with lots of photos and things like that, which teachers can access directly from if they already know that website. But if they don't know the website, Library and Learning Resources has a landing page that has links to a number of different departments, and not only what they do, but also links to special education and other departments, mathematics. And one of the icons on the teacher landing page is for the Science and Technology Resource Center. And if you click on that, it will take you to the center's landing page, or through our Science and Technology department website. There's also a link that takes you to there. So we've tried to put it in a few different places that we think would make sense for teachers.
Murphy is an outstanding communicator, Trustee Dawson, and puts messages through System Leaders Weekly in regards to all of the very, very exciting and engaging activities that we offer. And the goal really is to inspire and excite. I think we each had a feeling of that today, and we want to see our students pursue careers in STEM and to persist when things are hard, but mostly to be curious about the world.
Thank you. I was really glad to see that there is a new communications plan and a new website with public-facing information. I was wondering, right now, are students able to access any of this on their Chromebook? Like, is there a tie-in with the Chromebook and this stuff?
Thank you, and through the chair. So we do have some of the kits and some of the equipment that does tie into things such as Chromebooks or iPads or different things. And we actually do have a brand new initiative that has that we're just rolling out. And I'm just going to pass it on to Coordinator Ireland to speak about MakeWorld.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We're working with some vendors to purchase actually a digital kit. So we brought one of our robots called Dash here. There's actually a virtual world for Dash. So students don't need the robot to actually program and see what's happening with their programming. They can actually program and run the robot in a completely virtual world on their Chromebooks. So we're currently putting that kit in terms of a digital kit together. We're also working with a partner with a number of digital resources to upgrade all of our kits with digital links to support not only the teacher but the students with learning too.
Amazing. Those are my questions. Thank you so much again. What a wonderful presentation and great work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you again to Associate Director Louise Shishko, to Centrally Assigned Principal Murphy Salo, and Coordinator Marcia Ireland. Wonderful report, wonderful presentation. So at this point, we need a mover and a seconder for receipt of the report, moved by Trustee Lota Rothman, seconded by Trustee Dawson. Are we on eScribe? Yes. So you can vote on eScribe.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
And in favor.
I don't see it coming up, so Dawson in favor.
In favor. Trustee King in favor. Trustee Chernos Lynn. How do you vote? Trustee Chernos Lynn, are you still there? Okay, we're going to need to mark her absent. Oh, she's voted. And that carries. So our last item, adjournment, mover and a seconder, moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee Loka Rothman. And all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and have a good evening.